Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the July 20th, 2020 Clovis City Council meeting. We invite your participation in our meetings, either in person, on the web, or however you can get to us these days. Given the current shelter-in-place order covering the state of California and social distancing guidelines issued by federal, state, and local authorities, the city is implementing changes to participate in council meetings. The council chambers will be open to the public, but we implement social distancing policies and will limit the number of people who may be in the council chambers at one time. The meeting will be webcast and accessible at the web address shown. Members of the public are encouraged to participate in the meetings by accessing the webcast at the link shown, providing written comments at the same website, participating by phone, or coming to the City Council chamber meeting in person. We are practicing social distancing and can only accommodate a maximum of 16 persons at one time. I will call the meeting to order and ask Councilmember Mwanatua to lead us in the flag salute. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Vaughn. If the clerk will call roll, please.
Councilmember Ashbeck. Here. Councilmember Flores. Here. Councilmember Mwanatua. Here. Councilmember Whalen. Here. Mayor Bessinger.
Here. Now we come to the public comment portion of the meeting. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address their council on any item that is not on the agenda tonight. Does anybody in chambers wish to address the council on any item that is not on the agenda tonight? Seeing none, do we have anybody on the web? Yes, ma'am, if you'll come up here. And if you would state your name and your address for the record. Thank you.
My name is Nikki Karim-Khanzand, and I've been living in the city of Clovis since 1975. And my kids went to school here. I really enjoy being in Clovis, and I still want to be in Clovis, but unfortunately, lately, since beginning of the May, I start having problem with my well. And the problem is because all the building around me and having agricultural land right next to me, I'm running out of water. And I'm right on southeast corner of Shaw and Locan. So the reason I'm here to request the city work with me because I cannot come up with the fees that they're requiring. It's very high, and drilling a well is very expensive too. So I'm here to request to drop the fees. That way I can drill a new well. Connect to the city rather than drill a well.
Ma'am, have you had conversations with staff about this?
I did. I started coming to the city from the beginning, but at the beginning I was told with a young man, David Gonzalez, that there is no way I can drill a well or I can re-drill. So they put me off totally. And I told them I have the grandfather clause, and also I've been here for a long, long time. This doesn't make sense because my mom, who is 90 years old, she lives with me, and the situation of our life is degraded a lot since with the COVID-19 and having no water. My property, all the trees are dying, and even the water is not like as clear and as good as it's supposed to be because it's only 9 feet of water. So I've been talking to them, but moving from having a well or connecting to the water, I didn't receive much help until I started talking with Sean. So Sean was like maybe listening to me, Sean Smith, and that's how we started. He told me the only thing And they never gave me a number that what it's supposed to be. I said, this is how much I can pay monthly, and if you guys drop the fee, we may be able to work. But the fee was, I think, something to close to $40,000, if I'm correct. I'm not sure, but it was something around that. They dropped it, but not as much as that I can afford, because there is other costs that I have to hire a plumber to bring water to my house. So this is where I am, and I'm trying to put this up for you guys to make a decision to help me on this, because it is very difficult, and I'm going through a hardship.
Luke, who can she contact and work with?
She can continue working with the city engineer. My understanding is that at the staff level, we have really done everything possible to try to minimize the impact fee of connecting to our water system, and that the fees are the fees, that there are some fees that have to be paid under our ordinance, and it's beyond staff's ability to waive those fees.
Have we in the past waived fees for people or waived a portion of fees for people in difficult situations, or given them a longer term to pay back?
Not to my knowledge, we haven't. We do have a loan program where it can be paid back. However, it sounds like the payment schedule on that exceeds the landowner's ability to pay it. So short of a council action to actually waive the fees or reduce the fees, staff, I think, has done all we can. We can continue working with her, trying to figure out a way, but the fees are the fees. And those fees are not just a nominal fee. They are a proportional share of the infrastructure necessary to produce that water, a proportional share of the plant, a proportional share of the major plumbing necessary. So if those fees are waived, that cost needs to be paid by somebody else, and the only mechanism that we really have is to spread that throughout all of our users.
Ma'am, if you can continue to work with staff, and if you could report back to us, and if we need to put this on the agenda to, as a group, make a decision, we'll look at that.
Mr. Mayor,
yes, ma'am.
The situation at my house is very bad, very, very bad. Almost, I can tell, 1/3 of my trees are dying. I'm not here crying for the trees, I know. But this is not something that I created for myself. With all the building around me, which is fine, because the city has to grow, I'm not against that. But 3 sides of me are homes, and the water is not going in the ground anymore. So that's why the water table has gone down. I know about the situation, I'm not aware. But the thing is, with the building, the water goes to the sewer, and it doesn't go to the ground. So that's leaving me with no water. And on the top of that, right next to me, it's the strawberry field. And I've been doing some research and study. All the water during the summertime goes to the big wells, because I've been contacting everybody for this, like to drill a well, but in the beginning I was told I cannot. So a month passed by for like that. But after I received a letter, email that I can do it, so I tried to connect to the city, but with all the fees, it's almost impossible for me.
Ma'am, could you give me your address, please?
Southeast corner of Shaw and Locan, 3030 Shaw.
3030 Shaw, okay. What we'll do is continue working with staff. We can't take action on something that's not on the agenda. Work with staff. Staff will bring something forth to council so we can take a look at it. And we can have a discussion about whether we can make some exceptions or maybe work with you a little bit on that.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other member of the public wish to address council on any item that's not on the agenda? Do we have anybody online?
None.
Do we have any public comments in writing?
We do not.
Okay, I will close public comments. In regards to ordinances and resolutions, with respect to the approval of resolutions and ordinances, the reading of the title shall be deemed a motion to waive a reading of the complete resolution or ordinance and unless there is a request by a council member that a resolution ordinance be read in full, further reading of the resolution ordinance shall be deemed waived by the unanimous consent of the council. Now we come to the consent calendar. These are items routine in nature are placed upon the consent calendar. They will be all considered and voted upon in one vote as one item, unless a council member requests individual consideration. A council member's vote in favor of the consent calendar is considered and recorded as a separate affirmative vote in favor of each action listed. Motions in favor of the adoption of the consent calendar are deemed to include a motion to waive the reading of any ordinance or resolution on the consent calendar. For the adoption of ordinances, only those that have received a unanimous vote upon introduction are considered. Does any member of the City Council wish to pull an item on the consent calendar? Seeing none, any member of the public present in council chambers wish to pull any item on the consent calendar? I see none. Do we have anybody online?
Hand out there. No. Right there.
I didn't catch. Oh, yes, ma'am. Which item? There are, if you look at, did you pull an agenda? Okay. These are, now let me explain. Items number 1 through 7 on the, and we're going to give you one of these. These are routine items and they're placed on the consent calendar. If you're here for item 8, 9 through 13, those items are going to be heard. These are just the other items. Which item are you here for?
She's here for number 9.
You're number 9. Okay, we're gonna be talking about number 9. Okay, so any member of the public wish to pull any item on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I will.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Public hearings. A public hearing is an open consideration in a regular or special meeting of the City Council for which a special notice has been given and may be required. When a public hearing is continued, noticing of the adjourned item is required as per Government Code 54955.1. Item 8, consider introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clovis. 1, amending section 6.1.101, 6.1.301, 6.1.303, and adding section 6.1309 of Title 6.1 of Title 6 of the Clovis Municipal Code relating to the keeping of hen chickens in the City of Clovis, and 2, amending corresponding definitions in the Development Code, section 9.120.020 of Title 9 of the Clovis Municipal Code. George Rodriguez is the presenter. George.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Can I get the PowerPoint? Yeah. Sorry about that. So we're here today to present the staff report on backyard chickens. And before I do that, I want to talk a little bit about Clovis Animal Services. Clovis Animal Services includes the animal response team, which is all of your field staff. The Animal Receiving and Care Center is your shelter, and the Miss Winkle's Pet Adoption Center is obviously the adoption center. The Animal Response Team has two full-time staff dedicated to it. In 2019, we had calls for service that included 5,397 calls. Out of those calls, there were follow-ups of 680 that were generated, and the staff wrote 1,200 courtesy notices / citations. Those staff are also responsible for being on call 2 nights out of the week for emergency animal call-outs. The Animal Receiving and Care Center, which is our shelter, has 2 full-time animal control staff, 1 administrative assistant, 1 part-time staff. In 2019, we took in 3,026 animals. At any given time, there's anywhere from 30 to 100 animals in the facility, and unfortunately, 531 of those animals were euthanized. And lost my PowerPoint. Are we good? Okay. Also with the Receiving and Care Center, the staff there are required to be on call for emergency call-outs and work on reuniting pets with their owners. They also dispatch calls for service and maintain our social media sites. I'm not able to advance. The Miss Winkle's Pet Adoption Center, there's 3 full-time staff, 3 part-time staff. At any given time, there's 30 to 100 animals in the facility. They facilitate 800 to 1,000 adoptions a year, and approximately 50,000 visitors come through the facility annually. Also, the staff are required to be on call 2 nights a week and provide social media outreach to 60,000 people per month. Getting to the ordinance, as you recall, May 11th, Councilmember Whalen requested staff evaluate amending the city's current ordinance banning chickens in the city limits. On June 1st, 2020, Animal Services Division presented a brief report on this topic for council consideration, and the council directed staff to amend the city ordinance for backyard chickens. The goals of the ordinance as we were developing it were to modify the municipal code to allow for backyard chickens, provide clarity for citizens about what is and what is not allowed, encourage responsible care and prevent nuisances, and minimize calls for service. Key components of the ordinance, we clarified the number of pets that were allowed in the category of dog, cats, and pigs, and then in the category of others. The ordinance allows for up to 3 hen chickens and defines a hen chicken as a pet for the purpose of the ordinance. And it requires citizens to be responsible for the chickens from acquisition to rehoming to disposal. Requires a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. It does not require licensing or permitting. A couple of restrictions, no roosters are allowed, no commercial egg laying operations. The enclosure requirements are to maintain a minimum of 15 square feet, a maximum 42 square feet. The enclosure must be maintained in a clean sanitary condition, free from offensive odors, kept in the rear yard 5 feet from the property line and at least 20 feet from any dwelling. Must be predator-proof, ventilated, easily accessible for cleaning. Must also provide protection against direct sunlight, rain, severe cold weather. Chicken feed must be secured and stored in an airtight container. The abatement process, for a first-time offense, the Animal Services Division will provide information and education to citizens and a warning. And typically, we're going to follow up anywhere from 2 to 4 times to encourage compliance with the ordinance. If that's not successful, then we'll move on to the second offense and provide more information, more education, and a citation that carries a fine with it, and then do some more follow-up. If citizens are still not in compliance at that point with the ordinance, then we go to the third offense and provide more information, education, and the next level of citation, which is a higher fine. If we're still not able to get compliance with the ordinance, then we would refer to the city attorney for enforcement. Citizen input, we received 63 emails. 14 were in support, and in general, those that were in favor of the ordinance cited a source of fresh eggs as being one of the reasons. Another reasons was to have good they were good family pets, and chickens also provided fertilizer. We had citizens who were opposed, and those totaled 49, and those citizens said that they were opposed because of noise, bad odors, and increased risk of disease. I have 2 additional citizen comments that I'd like to read for you. One is from Sean Ferreira, and you may have received this also, and so here's his comment. Before making your final decision in keeping backyard chickens this evening, please consider the following benefits. They add a key component to your compost. They dig over the soil. They eat various insects, reducing their numbers. They eat kitchen vegetables and fruit scraps and reduces household waste. They supply you with beautiful fresh eggs. They provide entertainment and are delightful to have around. And then he posts a couple of citations for you to review as counsel. He also states that critics claim that chickens are noisy. Your draft ordinance takes care of the problem by excluding roosters. In addition, critics claim that they attract flies, rats, and other pests. As a matter of fact, chickens actually eat other pests and limit the insects in the area. The draft ordinance gives responsible citizens the opportunity to limit those issues by providing statutory guidelines to raising them correctly. With COVID-19 challenging the nation, the potential for shortage of eggs is real. Recently, eggs could not be bought at the grocery store. The 3 hens in the ordinance would allow a family to have a reliable source of protein. Please consider the science and common sense approach staff have presented in the draft ordinance and vote yes for adoption. And I have one additional comment from Jake Gallinetti. Mr. Gallinetti reported that his family, and he is not in support of the ordinance. Mr. Gallinetti's family owned and operated a chicken ranch from 1949 to 2005 that was located on Fowler and Shepherd. Mr. Gallinetti is opposed because enclosures are difficult to keep clean. Chickens produce way too much fertilizer, and that chickens will attract flies, mites, and disease. Mr. Gallinetti believes that it will be difficult for most citizens to properly raise chickens and that chickens should be on 2 acres in the country. This concludes staff report and open for questions.
Any member of the council wish to address this? Bob.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to congratulate George on a presentation. I thought that was well done. Giving us that background, I think, is pretty helpful. And then also, I'm sure staff from George's department probably had some input, but also want to congratulate Mr. Wolf on putting together a real thoughtful ordinance that I think addresses a lot of the concerns that we see in the opposition letter. By the way, it was not lost on our family that the ordinance to allow chickens into the city of Clovis was written by somebody named Wolf. George, I had mentioned to you that in an email that I was wanting to get some input from you if you had the data related to how many of the complaints that you've gone through related to Clovis Animal Services address dog issues, cat issues, pig issues, and then really just complaints about human beings being discourteous or irresponsible with their animals. Were you able to gather that data for us?
Some of it.
Okay.
So I can report that the dogs represent approximately 71% of the calls for service. The cats represent approximately 17%, and all other complaints make up the other 11%.
Okay. Is it pretty fair to say that pigs really are not a big issue? And okay. Yeah. If I was to tell you that backyard chickens already are in the city of Clovis, would that come as a surprise to you?
No.
Okay. I don't, not yet. And I didn't ask this question specifically, and maybe I should have in the email, but have you received a lot of complaints, or do you have a percentage for me of the amount of complaints related to backyard chickens?
We do have that number. I'd like actually Betty Cochran to come up and report that number.
Thank you.
just while Betty's sitting down, George, can you just clarify the numbers you just gave Mr. Whalen, the 71%, 17%, 11, of what? Of the total calls for animal service?
Yes.
Of the 5390, okay.
Good evening, Betty.
Good evening, sir, and I believe that should be 72%, but I didn't want to correct my boss.
Oh, go ahead. You just did,
I
Connie.
was adding on my fingers when he was speaking. To answer your question, sir, the calls for service that involve chickens at this point are fairly minimal. The 11% for calls for service that George spoke of do encompass a variety of things, and part of those are the chicken calls.
Okay.
There's a few other, some wildlife things thrown in there. Pigs, as you mentioned, are very minimal, and I know there's those running around our city too. We know that when they get out. So that's commonly when we find out where these animals are.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
And then, David, I'm going to come to you with a question. One of the, this is kind of related to the question I had for George, and I'm sure it was difficult to kind of pinpoint after the fact, but what I've noticed in the opposition letters is that it's not really a complaint against chickens as much. I mean, there are some exceptions to that, but it's really just a complaint about people acting irresponsibly with their animals, and that the extrapolation from people not acting responsible with their dogs and with their cats is that they will not act responsible with their chickens. So one of the thoughts that I had in mind that is maybe a little too aspirational, but consistent with, I think, what we try to do in our city is to create community, is to encourage communication between neighbors on issues that may impact them. And it had been recommended to me actually by a friend that is it possible to have something, he didn't call it this, but I'll call it this, a kind of a good neighbor policy, where before somebody could have backyard chickens, that they would have to have their, the people who are contiguous to their property line sign off on them having chickens in their backyard. One, is that possible? And I'll just kind of mention that my thought is that it might not only address the issue related to backyard chickens, but perhaps maybe bigger issues, and an opportunity for conversation as to how, people can recognize the impact that having dogs and cats in their yard or in their home impacts other people. So my question to you is it possible to include, do you think, a requirement that there be a good neighbor policy, as I've described, for backyard chickens?
It is possible. I know we've done that in other contexts. I think we used to do it for home occupation permits. We may have gotten away from that, but I know we have done that in the past, where you go around to the neighbors and make sure they're okay with it. So it's sometimes difficult, because what if a neighbor changes their mind later? But
Sure.
We have done that.
Okay.
In certain contexts.
Okay, thank you. And I think then those are the only questions I had for staff. I'll have comments after the public portion. Thank you.
Jose?
George, I had some requests when this first came up, like, how do we come up with how many chickens, and how do we come up with what kind of homes could have these chickens? And so now the ordinance says 3 chickens and 5,000 square feet. So how do we come up with that?
So we came up with that by looking at other ordinances that cities have.
Throughout California, or?
Throughout California, right. And then, taking into consideration, the time that the staff is going to have to put in to do follow-up. The more chickens we allow, I think it follows that there may be more problems. So we wanted to try and mitigate some of that by not allowing too many chickens. I also believe it was suggested that 3 might be a number from this council.
I'm sorry, 3 might be what?
3 might be the appropriate number from the council as well. I thought I remember hearing that number from the council. And then we wanted to also make the ordinance simple and clear to citizens, so there wasn't a lot of confusion in the public about what was allowed and what wasn't allowed. And we felt like if there was, you know, a graduated step of certain properties could have, you know, a limited number of chickens and others could have more, that it might be a little confusing for the public.
Okay, in the letters we got in opposition, there's some citizens concerned that the chickens might be vectors of disease. And so did we consult with Fresno State, who's just right here?
So actually, we consulted with the state of California, if there are disease issues, the state of California will be the one who takes the lead on that, and will come in and
do they have studies? Do they have you know, scholarly work that they already have done? I know UC Davis had an article out there that unfortunately wanted me to pay for it, so I didn't buy it. So that they had done not quite very positive on backyard fowl. So did we check with like the university? So we did state of California?
We checked with the state of California, and you know, which specifically what would happen if disease broke out in our city, and who would be responsible for
but what about opinions in general? Like what, as far as concerns or a positive recommendation? It's all over the board. I mean, some people, you know, as our citizens have weighed in. Some, you know, believe that, you know, chickens are just fine, and others think that they're not. Are there diseases that chickens get and spread? Yes. So even the regulators and the academics are all over the place? Yes. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Ron? George, thank you for the report on this. Question on the ordinance itself. With regards to the 20-foot from any habitable area or dwelling, that's also the homeowner's home, correct? So he or she cannot put it 20 foot closer to their home? Correct. Okay. And so I'm pretty sure the other, because it's 5,000, will be easier, but you're talking about their own home as well? Right. Correct. Okay. And it's pretty clear. It says allowing chickens to free roam is prohibited. That would imply that if a chicken is loose someplace, they're free roaming, and they violated this ordinance? Yeah, unless they're present with them. Okay, but like if someone's calling a chicken is out, or if someone on a second story looks down and chickens are out, but homeowner's not there, they technically have violated this. Correct. And so then we would have to respond. We'd tell them, don't let them free roam, and next time would be the citation. Issue a warning. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. So let me clear that. With regards to any thought, I know one of the letters was pretty extensive with regards to care for the animals. Do we have anything like that for the dogs and cats where it requires care, where they should go get their shots, or is that just something understood with dogs and cats, and with chickens? No, with dogs. Any thought on that? Yeah. Yeah, with dogs, they're required to have rabies. Okay. A rabies vaccine before we will license them in the city. Any thought with regards to anything like that for the chickens, though? Yeah, we did talk about that, but felt like that was, you know, for us to regulate that was going to take a lot of staff time to regulate that and monitor that. So we put just that responsibility onto, you know, the citizen to make sure that they're taking their chickens to a vet and providing the proper care. No, it didn't have that, so that's why I'm asking if we wanted to include that, and that's why I asked George to explain. Jose, you had a quick follow-up? Yeah, that I didn't see any vaccination requirement. No, there's no vaccination requirement. And it's on the part about you can't butcher or kill for consumption, and it referenced another section. is that section a section on animal cruelty? The 6.1.5, I didn't have time to look that up. And so if it is, then hopefully it addresses it, but is there anything or any thought to that with chickens where what is cruel, what is not cruel in, or is it gonna be, if we do that, it'll just be too difficult to enforce? I mean, anything with humane treatment of
So that, I believe, and David, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that existed before. There was no butchering allowed in the city before, so that's not new.
Okay.
So that is not related to animal cruelty. It is just no butchering of any animal in the city limits is allowed.
That's correct, unless you're in a licensed facility in an industrial zone.
Mm-hmm. So they can't consume their own chickens legally?
Well, they could take them to a processing plant.
Okay.
And have them butchered and then bring them back.
And then, do you foresee difficulty in enforcing chickens above and beyond the dogs, the cats, the pigs, and the others?
Above and beyond?
Yeah, like, will it be more difficult, or will it be, just be another added?
I think it'll just be another addition.
So
Yeah.
won't
So
be
I don't,
any
it won't be, I don't think it'll be
greater
any
burden?
more or greater burden than a dog or a cat. It'll just add to.
And let me see. In your research, does it require more skill of the owners to take care of chickens versus dog and cats we're used to? I saw the pot-bellied pig. I mean, we're allowing that. I don't know how strict we are with those rules. It seems like there's really nothing. But with chickens, where we moved away from the farm, living in the city. So does it require more skill, or is it pretty simple in your research?
It seems pretty straightforward, and the information is out there about how to do it. So as long as people are following the guidelines that are, typical guidelines that are out there either on the internet, if the ordinance passes, we would provide that information as well, about what people can do to properly take care of and house chickens.
And I wanted to just add that if the council later moves to, I would like to add that we have a mandatory one-year review if the vote should move forward, so that way we actually have data and see how it goes and get real responses back from enforcement on how it went. So, thank you, George. Lynn?
George, of the, I asked this question last time also, but I don't know if you have additional data. 5,397 calls for animal services, yeah? So do you have any sense of what % of those are responded to by a sworn officer? They're not all responded to by our animal services officer Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, right?
Correct.
Do you have any sense at all about what % are responded to by sworn officers?
I'd say in the neighborhood of 20%, maybe 20, 30, somewhere around there. Just depends, because so when we're fully staffed at Animal Services, we can manage calls pretty well. But staff take time off, staff get sick, staff leave, and there was a period of time there where for approximately a year and a half, we didn't have staff in the field, and so patrol was taking, I'd say 90% of the calls for service for dogs and cats and any other citizen requests related to animals. So when we're fully staffed, we're pretty good. The percentage is lower, but when we're not, the percentage goes up.
So I'm not good at math, as I've established. So 25%, I'll give you the middle of 20 to 30%, is 1,349 calls by sworn officers about an animal dispute. Yeah? So if we add 10%-ish for chickens and all other, I'm not good at that either, I just did the math, it's like 540 additional calls, 30, 25, whatever. So we're talking another 120 some calls, or some for sworn officers to respond to this particular addition.
Sworn officers or CSOs. Yeah.
Okay. I also will have some comments, and I will, just as a warning, invite the chief to. I'd like to know your recommendation on this ordinance directly, and so I'm going to give you a heads up, chief. I'll let the chief respond for you. You're welcome. Not now, but when we're done, I'd like to know the chief's response to this, once you hear the public comment. Thanks.
George, I just have a couple of questions. One, how would a citizen determine that they had 5,000 square feet? Is that something that we can get online or something? I don't have a clue how big my lot is.
I'd ask our planning department, because I don't know either.
They can call the planning department, you can pull up Zillow, there's a number of different ways to get the square footage of your lot.
Okay, so this is information they can get fairly simply from the planning department. The only other thing that I saw, that if we do decide to pass this, the feed containers, they said they were supposed to be airtight. They should probably be metal too, because I have several bird feeders illegally in my yard, and I put my bird seed in. I bought some big plastic tubs at Tractor Supply, and the rats ate right through them. So I went out and bought a metal bucket so that they couldn't do that. So if we do pass this, we should probably make it maybe metal or hardened, I don't know. Any other questions for staff? Jose?
Yes, as far as, it says, number F5, must be maintained in a clean and sanitary condition, free from offensive odors as described in section 6.1.503. And so is that what we think is manure management or?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, cleaning up your pen.
What is what does that say? Is how
It basically says, that's exactly what it says, pretty much. It deals with all animals, period. So it's just a cross-reference really to that section. You need,
what is it?
rather than repeating, I think it basically says that, exactly what you're reading now.
So keep it clean?
Yeah, clean and sanitary.
So it doesn't give, it's not restrictive, it doesn't say how to do it or give suggestions how it should be done?
No.
As long as it doesn't smell. It's clean and doesn't produce offensive odors.
Yeah, it doesn't cause a nuisance.
And that's same for dogs or pigs or any other of the allowed animals in the city limits?
Yes.
And is that sufficient? Do we think that?
I think that's what it reads now for farm animals. So it's for farm animals, it says you have to keep them in clean and sanitary condition. I don't think it says that for dogs necessarily. I don't have the code in front of me. So really, it's just kind of, hey, if you're going to keep farm animals, and these are, even though they're household pets, you need to keep them clean and sanitary. They're going to be laying eggs. They're going to be like a farm animal. And so that's all. And that's really all we have now in the ordinance. I don't think it's, we could always get an expert if we needed to. If there was a dispute of what's clean and sanitary, we can go out and get an expert and tell us that.
Okay.
But we think it's been that way for a long time. I'm not sure it needs to be defined.
How I handle my dog poop and how I handle my chicken poop might be two different ways.
And I think this is the cross-reference is to really farm animals, and so you would be, the farm animal standards would apply here, I would say.
Yeah, but, okay, my pig poop and my chicken poop will be handled different ways, because chicken manure might be fertilizer.
And if they become a nuisance, then we would work with the citizens
It's about the odors, it's about those. If you don't plow it under and make it more of a fertilizer, then you're causing trouble. That's
potentially. Yeah. And like I said, we would work with the, disputing parties to try and, find a solution. Yes, yes.
Okay.
And 99% of the time, I think, we're able to do that successfully.
Right. Thank you.
Jose, for the record, I've seen your dog and I've seen chickens bigger than that dog. Any other member of the council wish to address?
A couple more questions, yeah. Will the staff need any additional training in order to handle this addition, George?
Yeah, we would go out and get some additional training specifically related to chickens, and, you know, how to raise them and how to properly care for them. So we can put together a pamphlet or some information to be able to give to citizens.
And will these items be difficult to enforce? Do you foresee, I mean, in your opinion, I mean, we have a lot of items here that are...
With most citizens, no. With some citizens, yes. They're no different than with dogs and cats. You know, most citizens are reasonable and are willing to work with us and work with their neighbors. But the ones that are a little bit more difficult, then it's a little tougher.
And one last question, if you found anything from the other cities, jurisdictions, what their, sort of their experience with their chicken ordinances, has it been one where it's been favorable, or there are many more where they regret having have passed it?
Yeah, I guess, you know, that kind of goes all over the board too. You know, some have experienced a lot of increased calls for service, and some haven't, but some of that's also related to whether or not they even respond to calls for service. I know the city of Sacramento has chosen not to respond to service or to calls for service related to chickens being at large. So, you know, their overall response, you know, to complaints is very, very low, because they just made that choice not to respond.
Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item, sir, come on up. And if you would state your name for the record, please.
My name is Chip Whipfler. I live at 376 Burl, Clovis, California, 93611. Thank you for your attention and for your listening to what I have to say today. I'm going to start with a couple of rhetorical questions I want to ask you, so you don't have to answer. Have you had dogs in your backyard, neighbor, barking all night, every night, continuously for days and days? I have. Have you had exotic birds in your neighbor's yard in a large cage that wake up and make their loud squawking sounds at dawn every day? I have. Have you had neighbors, even more than one, whose dog has broken your fence and entered into your yard with small children? I have. This topic is really, really important to me. When I first saw the story that came out that this proposal was being looked at, my first thought went to my wife. Do any of you have a loved one who has 5 specialists and has autoimmune deficiencies for all kinds of diseases? I do. I'm here fighting for those of us who want to keep our way of life the way it is now, and for those who have disabilities and health problems who could be further endangered beyond the COVID-19 danger that is not going away anytime soon. Now, proponents of backyard chickens argue that their advantages are providing food and teaching children about nature. I don't disagree with those. I grew up on a ranch. We had every kind of ranch animal you could imagine, including billy goats. I would take any one of those animals back on a ranch except billy goats. Chickens are fine, but they have their place. Part of my upbringing was caring for them. I know how they act. I know what kinds of things they do. And I know a lot of things. I won't say I'm an expert, but I know a lot of things about the care for chickens. So I feel like what I have tonight is really, really important for you to hear. We all know that the council vote was 4-1 previously to look into this issue. So my hope is tonight that what I have to say could possibly influence some of you to maybe think again about the possibility of doing this. There are many cons. I have listed 3. I don't think I have enough time to go through all of them. The cons that I can find, think about, and I did a lot of research. Con number 1, noise, odor, and drawing rodents. By the way, I will let you know that I've trapped more than 30 rats at my house over the last few years, and nobody around me has chickens. So it's already a problem. We don't need another draw to the rodents. Depending on the breed, because I've raised different kinds of chickens, okay? I don't know where that information about decibels being 60 to 70 decibels for a chicken, but I highly doubt that when a chicken lays an egg, it's 60 to 70 decibels. You can hear it further away than a normal adult conversation, which would be 60 to 70 decibels. And by the way, those can begin at dawn. We don't decide when chickens want to lay an egg. Then you factor in the short distances between homes and walls and the echo effect, and I think you get the picture that noise will be a problem. Odor from chicken poop is much more pungent than other pet poop. I have personal experience cleaning out chicken coops. It's not in the same category. On the ranch, my mom was insistent that our chicken coop be at least 50 to 75 yards away from the house. And it was, because mom rules, and moms know it. There was a reason for that, lots of good reasons for that. If the coop isn't cleaned on a regular schedule, which would include daily in this kind of hot weather, intense putrid smells goes in every direction. It doesn't matter which way the wind's blowing. Anybody that remembers, well, I won't go into that. Con number 2, disease and citizen health. This is really, really important to me for the reasons I've already stated. We're already in the midst of a pandemic. My wife and I have been in our house and tried not to go anywhere because of the COVID, for her sake. Rats and chickens can carry diseases that transmit to humans. How many residents are going to take their chickens to a vet to get inoculated? Not too many, I don't think. Some of the diseases include avian flu, salmonella, and there are others. Con number 3, as was well covered here, there's going to be increased responsibility, job stress, and time commitment on our already understaffed city services, namely animal control and the Clovis PD. They do a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful job. Do we really want to add more to what they currently, the situation that they currently work in, and being short at least 9 officers was what I read recently and heard on a story by one of the Clovis PD lieutenants. He also said that our police department has the lowest officer to citizen ratio of any city in California of 100,000 or more, which we are. So they're already short-staffed. One corporal told me recently, personally, there are several officers out ill with COVID, and they have to continually cover shifts with overtime. And it's just like a basic common thing that they do now because they're so short of officers. And we could see there's a large, I believe, PD's largest percent of total calls is on pet complaints. So we're going to add to that too, as Council Member Ashbeck already discussed. So this amendment will add another huge factor to all calls for service, which will negatively affect all of us in other ways.
Chip?
Yes.
You've hit your 5 minutes, but I would be more, if you can wrap it up, or after everybody is done, I'd be happy to give you another a minute or two at the end, whichever.
Okay, how much time do I have now?
I tell you what, I'll give you a minute and 18 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
By the way, I have seen a report that one member of this council, and I don't have corroboration on this, but there is one member of the council that currently has chickens. If this report is true, and the code is being broken now, then that's very, very troubling to me. Here are some other citizen comments. I'm not the only one. I want to be their voice. These are comments made on a local social media website. All fine and dandy for someone who takes time to care and learn how to care for them. 85% of those who get chickens won't do that. There are diseases that poorly cared chickens can carry to humans and also get. People tend to forget that salmonella risks in the chicken poo. We had a neighbor that illegally kept chickens. The smell was horrendous. The worst part was the flies, many flies. The poor next door neighbor's dog had to go to the vet numerous times because of maggots in its ears due to the chickens. And this last one, the two things don't go together, chicken poop and hot weather. And I can vouch for that in my own personal life. Council, please note the score, 49-14. 49-14. 49-14. Please remember that. We may be the silent ones, but I'm not. And I'm trying to speak up for those citizens, many who commented on the social media site, their concerns about this. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Mayor, can I ask Chip a question?
Absolutely.
Chip, first, I'm really sorry about your wife and the struggles that she has as a result, and the fact that you had dogs going in your backyard. That's really frustrating. And I'm sorry that that happens to you. And I hope that you've had an opportunity to visit with that neighbor in a respectful way to kind of get that.
I tried. They didn't want to talk to me.
I understand. Unfortunately, that seems to be the theme sometimes when there's that kind of conflict. When you were a kid, and so I'm imagining this was a few years ago, but if you can remember, when you were a kid and you were taking care of the chickens, was it more than 3 or less than 3 that were in your coop?
20 to 25.
Okay, all right.
And we had 2 different coops. The other
Okay.
coop was smaller because we had exotic chickens as well.
I got it. All right. And I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much, Chip.
By the way, calling out chicks is not 100% full.
That's for sure.
If you go to Tractor Supply and you get 3 chickens, it's very easily that one of them at least could be a rooster.
Yeah.
And then what are they going to do with it? Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Any other member of the public wishing to address the council on this item? Yes, ma'am. Come on up.
Can I take my mask off?
You may.
Thank you. All right. My name is Molly Anala. Anyway, I sent an email, and my neighbor is Mickey, and she came to my door with a flyer. So I think she was really putting the word out there against chickens, and I love Mickey. And usually I'm with her on like 90% of the issues, but on this one we're going to be on opposite sides of the aisle. But I think that's why there were so many people advocating against them, because there was a big push for that and nobody was going out for the chickens. So I will read what I sent in an email. One of my friends has a chicken coop. They live on a property on Fowler and Nees. I'm not going to give their name. Obviously, I didn't know they were illegal. But anyway, I watched her 2 sons for her while she went to nursing school at Fresno State. And like I said, I didn't know the chickens were illegal. And I would take the kids, swimming in the backyard where the coop was. I never heard a peep, no pun intended, out of the chickens. And then you know, when the boys would want to show me the chickens, their poop is like literally like this big, right here. Okay, I have 3 dogs. Their poop is this big. Anyway, their kids would pick up the poop, you know, and dispose of it just like dog poop. Anyhow, their property is on a 15,000 square foot lot. I said the chickens are harmless and provide eggs. Our neighborhood where Mickey and I live, our neighborhood has a minimum of 9,000 square foot lots. Plenty of room for a few chickens if somebody wanted. As long as people don't have roosters, there's relatively no noise. And like I said, when I would watch her sons for her, I mean, she was gone some days from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I never heard a word out of those things. They just kind of would mill around and peck at the ground, so, you know. And I said, in lieu of the pandemic we're in, and with the shortage of eggs at grocery stores a few months ago, I don't see what the harm is if people just want to have a few chickens in their yards. With kids not being in school, I think this would be an excellent opportunity for children to learn about the responsibility of care for the chickens and to learn where their food source comes from. It gives them something positive to do outside of a laptop that they're glued to for social distance learning. So obviously I am for Clovis residents having chickens in their yard, and I know Fresno, I've heard Fresno allows for them, so I would think, I've lived here for over 20 years, and I know Clovis is well known as like a, you know, originally like a cowboy town, but we are like a country town, and I find it a little ironic that Fresno, you know, which is getting very large, allows for chickens, and then we don't. And also, I grew up on a farm, and it's kind of funny, you know, some of the questions, no offense, but this is not like it's some crazy exotic animal like we're taking in like a wild tiger. I mean, they're chickens. We're in the year 2020. So they're pretty, you know, food, water, a shelter, pick up their poop every day. You know, it's pretty simple. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Any questions for Molly? Thank you. Any other member of the audience and council chambers wish to address council on this item? Do we have anybody online?
No.
Mr. Clerk, did we get any written comments on this item?
And just to clarify, what you had in your packet was up until Thursday at noon. And then this document that you have in front of you is everything we received since Thursday. So that about 2/3 of it in the packet and 1/3 here makes up the 64.
Thank you. I will close public comments and come back to council for discussion. I know we're going to have a discussion on this. I found Ms. Chip's conversation very compelling, actually. Lynn, you wanted to talk to the chief, please.
I guess I'd like to ask you directly, if you are comfortable, can you speak to whether, from the chief of police's perspective, just could you weigh in on this, please? That's why you're the chief.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. I personally am not against or for chickens, but as the police chief, I am obviously very concerned of additional calls for service. And in some of our research, we found cities that it's dramatically increased, and others it has not created any issues at all. So it'd really be how it evolves in our city. I don't want to get to the point of Sacramento where we're just not responding, because obviously our position has always been every call for service is important. We want to respond to our citizens and be there for them when they call. So that is my number one concern, is when Georgia staff is limited or out, which they were about a year and a half ago, all calls for service fell on CSOs and patrol officers. So in the future, right now we're down to 98 officers as of August 23rd with another retirement. And we're finding it very difficult to hire police officers. Any additional calls, it just becomes more concerning for sure.
Well, before you go.
Good, Jose.
So how many years have you worked for Clovis PD now?
A little over 21 now.
In the 21 years, how many calls?
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been in law enforcement for 21.
Well, how about in Clovis?
Since 2006.
Since 2000?
In six.
In that time, so 2006, 14 years. So in the 14 years you've been here, how many calls for service have you got involving chickens?
Zero, and I would hope that people aren't holding chickens in their backyard in violation, but I'm sure there are some out there.
So we've heard testimony today, and there's apparently a council member is alleged to have chickens. So, and recently, how many calls for service have we had involving chickens? Do we know?
I personally don't know. I just know that all animal calls for service are our second highest calls for service in the city.
We're talking about chickens today. How many chicken calls do we have?
Like I said, I don't have that number, but like I said before, is animal service calls are our second highest calls for service in the city.
Suppose it might be more chicken calls is an assumption. We don't know.
I don't know. We do, in our research, we have shown that other cities that have passed ordinance like this, it has increased significantly. In other cities, it has not. So it's really depends on how our city, how it evolves again.
Councilmember Montoya suggested maybe a 1-year trial period or something to that effect. Would that be something that would kind of help in a situation like that, like this, a trial period that would pilot an ordinance to see if it generates more calls for service, and it does place a burden on the police force. And because it's not just the police force, because the concern would be, does it generate calls for service for the uniformed sworn officer? Because that's a wasteful way of utilizing that precious resource. But we do have animal control officers, and we do have community service officers, which, you know, we hire them because so they can train for that particular type of activity, and it's not as, frankly, as costly as a sworn peace officer. So, so I'm more concerned about sending sworn peace officers, not necessarily a CSO or an animal control officer.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like I started my career with the Fresno Police Department. I responded to 0 animal calls for service, and that was a complete change for me when I came to the city of Clovis.
But they choose not to.
Because the Clovis Police Department is a very different and unique police department, and I think that reflects in our crime stats, our citizens' satisfaction of the job we do. It's because we go to every call. So if this creates an additional calls for service, we're still going to respond. And it's just going to put a drain if it creates that. I'm not saying it's going to, but the potential is concerning for me as the chief of police. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not for or against. I'm not saying chickens are bad, but there's a potential it can increase calls for service, and that's the concern that I have.
Okay, thank you.
Lynn, your light's on.
Oh, well, thanks, Chief. So I'm happy to weigh in if you're, are you doing?
Actually, I have a question. Tell me about where we're at with response times. Where this would be, an animal complaint like this would be a priority 3 call?
Correct.
Where are we at time-wise on that approximately?
Off the top of my head, priority, our highest priority is about 4.5-minute response time. A priority 2 is right around 15, and a priority 3 is right around 30 minutes right now.
And have we, the worst-case scenario, obviously, is that we're going to be using a sworn officer to handle this call because there's no CSO on, there's no animal services people on. Are we past our 5-minute threshold? Last time I saw it looked like we were close or just about over our response to priority 1 calls.
For the average over the year, it's very close to 5 minutes, but I think this last month was about 4.5 minutes. But the average for last year was just right under 5 minutes as a response time for our highest priority call.
And last year, how many police officers did you have? Did you ever make 100, I guess is my...
We were right at, I think, 102, authorized for 109, and with retirements, we are going to be at August 23rd at 98.
Okay. Any other questions? Lynn?
Well, I was going to make my comments on the action.
Absolutely.
So
Go ahead.
if the chief is done.
Chief, is there anything else you want to throw in? Your opinion on this is valuable.
No, I guess I'm more excited that we're talking about chickens versus COVID at this point. I can think we're all over COVID. That's all.
It is actually a pleasant change. So I'll go first. My position is unchanged. I am adamantly opposed to this action, and I'll give you a couple of reasons why. Thank you to the two folks that spoke here and all the folks that sent in the emails. I don't remember the numbers that Mr. Whipler already said, but it was like 45 to 12 or whatever they are. We wouldn't vote for anything else if we had a council chambers full of 45 opposed and 12 for. So I just want us to try to imagine 60 people in the room with that kind of balance. I just don't think this council would ever move that direction. So I have 5 points. The first is the ordinance. We have now created another law we're not going to enforce. I don't know if it's clean. I don't know if it's got a lid on it. I don't know if it's in a metal container. I don't know if it smells unless somebody calls me. So we have created a law that we are not going to be able to enforce. And laws without enforcement are another reason why people don't do the right thing. So I think that while I appreciate staff's time on it, I just think it's an unenforceable ordinance without an extraordinary amount of time. The second thing, we've addressed the nuisance elements and the noise and all of that, I think, to some level. I do think Chip's point, I'll call it easier than Chip's point on the health issues are important. People are not going to take their chickens to the vet. So I do think I'd like to see a written opinion from the health department of the state or Fresno County Environmental Health. I'd like to see some documentation. I don't know that the city of Fresno allows chickens. I'm not sure, but I don't really care what the city of Fresno does. So, but I just would like to see some documentation from UC Quadra Extension, UC Davis, or someone that speaks to what this is really like. For me, most importantly, listen to the staff impact. So we are now going to have more calls for service. We're going to have additional training for animal control. We're going to make more flyers so people teach people how to keep chickens. We're going to call the planning department to ask how big our lot size is if we're not sure. And we're going to call for help, and a police officer is going to go out there. So all of that in this moment when we have the lowest per capita law enforcement numbers, sworn officers for cities our size. So I can't find any way to say that the investment in this is worth the 30 or 40 people who think having a chicken or two, whether they're not up here or not, is a really good idea. I would say if we're going to go down this path, I would suggest we not respond to animal calls. It's one way to fix it. We just won't go. And we'll see what kind of a city we end up that way. Or we add another animal services officer to relieve some pressure off sworn officers. So I think that's a possibility. And I will just implore to the mayor, who, as a captain, publicly said when he retired he would come back and run the Department of No. You knew this would come back. And that was over a dispute that Drew helped me try to settle between a neighbor and I forgot now, birds and rats and dead things in their yard.
Department of No, you're right.
And all he said was, I just want to be the Department of No. So I'm imploring you, Mayor, do not put a burden on your former colleagues in the PD to answer calls for chickens. It's pretty simple. You can't have it both ways. I have an alternative to Vong's suggestion. I think we delay this for a year. My thought is, I think that our reputation as a city is taken some hits over the last 4 or 5 months, and I think this conversation, if you were a Martian listening, you would think we were 100% tone deaf. We are in the middle of a pandemic. 300 people, or whatever the number, died in California today. Our staff is lean. We're trying to keep our jobs. We have 11% unemployment. And we are talking about chickens. This conversation about chicken poop and is sort of mind-blowing to me. So if we want to go down the chicken path, I don't know why we're doing it today. It's not good to do it in the middle of a pandemic. I would say we're going to do this. I would delay it for a year and bring it back when we get on the other side of this, where there's a vaccine or we have some normalcy in our life again. But to have a conversation about chickens seems so trivial in the face of what we are going through as a community. I cannot reconcile those two things. So I am adamantly opposed. My colleagues won't be surprised. We'll probably be on the lone side of a 4-1 vote again. And I implore my colleagues to think about this in terms of the priorities of the day. This is not it. Thanks.
Bob? I had a question for Councilmember Wayland. Earlier you recommended the consent. Is that something you're very serious about, or is that just an idea tossed out?
Yeah, I really think...
Can you kind of clarify that, where it's just anyone adjacent to you, even catty corner, or just the direct...
Somebody who shares a boundary with you, and I called it a good neighbor policy, and I really think that it has applicability even just beyond chickens at some point, because I don't know if you had the same take on the opposition letters, but it really seemed to me that it wasn't about chickens. It was generally about pets behaving badly that are already allowed, and people not accepting responsibility for the bad behavior of their animals. So my goal is aspirational in nature, in that if we can maybe start this path with the backyard chickens getting a good neighbor policy adopted into it, that there will be a conversation between neighbors that would lend to stronger community development. And I mean community in the sense of actually talking to your neighbors about some of these issues. So I hope that answers your question. I am serious about it.
Okay. Bob, you had your light on, or did you already address what you're going to address?
No, I just wanted to answer Vong's question. Okay. And then I don't know if Vong had comments after that.
Yeah, I have some comments. I'm torn on this one, actually, because for one, I feel like the residents, newer residents of Clovis, who are moving into the new homes are not ones who have been raised on farms. They are, young college kids or just urban kids who are just moving in, nice town, raising their families. So they have very little experience as those who have had or grown up in a farm. And so because of that, I worry about their skill level in taking care of a newer animal, okay? So that's my biggest concern, because I think those who have been, in a rural setting are much more skilled. I am concerned with regards to calls for service. I feel like if we were fully staffed, I am much more comfortable moving forward with something that potentially will put a strain on police services and or other volunteers or anything within the police department. The other one is, I see this as very difficult to enforce. It makes a lot of allegations, and then if we can't prove it, or if we don't prove it, neighbors get real angry with each other, and it just makes for more difficulty for us trying to be the mediator. That's why I really like your suggestion. If we do go for this, I do want the 1 year where it has to come back, and if the data doesn't support it, it's sort of a sunset. And so we can visit it again, because I feel like during this time, if this passes, a year will come back very quickly, and there won't be a lot of action anyway towards everybody running out to get chickens to raise. I also like, if we have a good neighbor policy, I am more in favor of supporting this as we move forward. And David can help draft something where we can implement that in. I do feel that And I'm glad that you presented it in that it may be something which we look to expand to other things that we do. Because I feel like even the pigs, and I was surprised that it was something we allowed when I was looking over the ordinance. And we don't treat dogs and cats and other pets that we have the same way, but chickens is a good place to start because it's new and it allows us to examine how we live together in the city and to interact with our neighbors. So if we do those two things, I'll listen to the rest of my colleagues. I may be persuaded to support the ordinance. And when we voted for it, it was not that we supported it, we voted to allow the staff to bring back an ordinance for us to debate to see if it's something in which we can live with. So that's what tonight is for.
Councilmember Flores.
Well, I too like the idea. I grew up just down the street at 4th and Sunnyside, and 2 blocks down, Grandma was there, and she had a chicken coop. She had all kinds of chickens, and they laid eggs, and it was a great thing. So there's the nostalgia for chickens and the things that everybody in that neighborhood would do. I'm sure they're still doing it if you went out there and looked around. And there has been a disconnect between our young folk, children, and the farm and how we feed ourselves, and that great education has been lost in the newer generations, and I think it's pretty sad that that's happened over the years, and that's why there's a great movement in America for urban farming, including chickens. But what I've noticed with this ordinance is that I don't think the ordinance is stringent enough. I have 2 pets. They are probably smaller than most chickens, and they're dogs. And my wife is religious about vaccinations, and we're religious about manure management because, you know, we want to be good neighbors. And this ordinance doesn't, I don't see it stringent enough in that sense. That worries me. That does worry me. It's not about calls for service. It's more about, are we taking care about the animal? And are we taking care about what, if we don't take care of the animal, what will that do to us as humans? Because, you know, avian flu is a thing, and will they become vectors? And I can't believe we haven't talked to the good PhDs at Fresno State or at UC Davis regarding those issues, because like I said earlier, UC Davis did publish an article that wasn't too keen on having chickens in your backyard. They said that the most common guidelines for poultry ordinances pertaining to housing, design, placement, and sex of birds. See, that's what we do. That's all we do here as city council. We don't do regulations on cleanliness, ventilation, food and water very well. And what happens when the chicken has burned out and now it doesn't produce eggs? Will we have strays? That's another issue for calls for service that no one's talked about that today. I think we talked about it last time. What will happen to that poor animal? So I do like it. I do want it in Clovis, believe it or not, but I don't like this ordinance. It's what I don't like. So I don't know if a pilot program is the answer or a wait and see kind of situation where a 1 year, or I don't know what the timetable would be. But I want to hear what my colleagues have to say to make my final decision, because I think it needs more. But then with the good neighbor policy, I think it's over-regulating the whole thing. So now big government, big brother's telling this poor person who wants 3 chickens how to behave in their neighborhood. And then you then said we'd escalate that. That's going to be for the dog and the turtle and the exotic birds. And I think that's a slippery slope. And why would we as a council want that for my two little dogs, his little turtle, and the exotic birds that make Mr. Chip up. A good neighbor policy might be the worst policy there could be, because it's a slippery slope. Big Brother now starts regulating someone through the neighborhood, and I'm not keen on that one.
Thank you, Jose. When this came before the council, it was a 4-to-1 vote to have staff look at this issue. I've received a lot of emails, both pro and con, and staff did an excellent presentation. And I like the ordinance. I think it's sufficient, but I think Chip made a very good point, and Lynn made a very good point. Maybe this is not the time for us to roll the dice on some avian issues when we're already in the middle of a pandemic. I'm concerned about putting any extra, and Lynn's correct, I did ask to come back and be the chief of the Department of No. That's right. Good memory. Yes. And so I would rather us kick this can down the road for a year and then revisit than telling people, yes, go ahead and buy some chickens, and then in a year we change our mind and they have emotionally bonded with these animals, and now we're telling them they have to get rid of them. I think, and Lynn is correct, we have bigger fish to fry right now, and I think that this is probably the wrong time. I would like to see us wait on this and revisit this at a later time, but that's just my opinion. Any other discussion from council? Bob?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for letting me have the last word. Just as a review, the reason that we're discussing this today is that it was because of the pandemic. Somebody had sent in an email to us, I think it was to all of us, and said that, there's a shortage of eggs at the grocery store. Sure would be nice to be able to get some eggs in the backyard. Maybe, when I've gone to the grocery store lately, I've got eggs. I presume that it'll be like that because just like there was no toilet paper, all of a sudden there's toilet paper again. But it was the pandemic that caused people to really start thinking about this, at least this one individual. And, I don't mind sharing with you that when I was growing up, I was a member of the Future Farmers of America. I used to work on ranches. I raised livestock. I worked at the slaughterhouse. These things are, I'm not as sensitive to these things as maybe other people are. And certainly within the city of Clovis, part of our family's heritage is that on Minnewawa, we had a family farm. It included a peach orchard, some hens, we had beehives as well. This has really kind of been a part of our heritage, and I love Jose's story. I always love Jose's stories, but his story about his grandma I thought was insightful as well. So maybe maybe I'm out of step, and I'm willing to acknowledge that perhaps I'm out of step with how it is that the city of Clovis has changed over the years. But hopefully I'm not. I think that as we have grown, we haven't lost sight of our small town values, and one of those values being, the ability to connect with our agricultural heritage. So anyway, I have to tell you, when I was going through the letters that we had received, I think that we'd all received and have gone through, I wasn't surprised by the enthusiasm on the pro side. I think that people are pretty excited about this prospect. I think it would be a shame if we don't at least give it a shot. Initially, when I read through the opposition letters, I felt like it was a little bit of an ironic folklore twist in that those in opposition were proclaiming that the sky was falling. But when I started to read the letters in opposition the second time, I thought they were pretty insightful and thoughtful. And they pointed out that we do have problems with dogs, we do have problems with cats, and frankly, we have problems with people and how it is that they take care of their animals and frankly their neighbors. And that was the inspiration behind the idea of the good neighbor policy. Maybe it is a bad idea, maybe it is a slippery slope. I think it's worth trying, at least for a year, and seeing if it is something that can help build community. So I do kind of want to just let you know a little bit of the sampling of some other California communities and what they allow. I was a little surprised by it. So in Anaheim, you're allowed 3 chickens on a 5,000 square foot lot, 6 chickens on a 10,000 square foot lot. In Bakersfield, chickens must be kept securely enclosed in a yard or pen at all times. In Berkeley, unlimited amount of hens, but they have to be 25 feet from the neighbor's home. In Irvine, you're allowed 2 hens. In Mountain View, you're allowed 4 hens without a permit, and it has to be 25 feet from residences. Los Altos, 1 chicken per 1,000 square foot lot space. In Los Angeles, you're allowed to have 1 rooster, unlimited amount of hens, but it has to be 35 feet from the neighbor's house. In Oakland, unlimited amount of hens, 20 feet from the neighbor's house. In San Jose, 6 hens, 20 feet from the neighbor's house. In San Francisco, 4 hens, 20 feet from any house. In Santa Monica, you're allowed 13 chickens. So I hope that gives you a perspective of what we're starting to see in California, and I think it's a good thing. What this ordinance allows is not an unlimited amount of hens, 3 hens. I think that that's probably a pretty reasonable amount. I do want Jose to know that I pulled up the UC Davis study. I was able to get the full thing. And you would think, based on what I read from one of the opposition letters, that this was like, I don't know, a study that was funded by the commercial egg producers who were mad at backyard chickens because it was taking away their funding source. But really, it was a survey, and what they realized is that there, obviously, is a significant uptick in enthusiasm for backyard chickens, whether it's in an urban or a suburban setting, and that they said that it was the actual backyard owners who were most enthusiastic about some of the areas that you had already mentioned, which dealt with vaccination of their chickens. They wanted more information about backyard chicken keeping, proper veterinary care for their chickens. They're certainly willing to treat small chicken flocks and vaccines in quantities that are small enough for use in non-commercial flocks. Anyway, they were very interested in ensuring the well-being of their birds, and felt that it would be a good idea for them to receive more information. So that was kind of the concept behind UC Davis. It did point out that maybe they were not as knowledgeable as the researchers would like them to be, but they were also very receptive to what it is that they could learn from the researchers. And I think that, I don't know, I'm always surprised at people's view of things. And I guess for me, it's not as though we're going to have a big run on chickens at the local chicken store. I think that we'll have some people who will be interested in it, and I think that they're going to try it out. I think that the closest thing that we have to it is probably our ordinance, which allows pigs. And they're not getting a lot of responses or a lot of calls for people who are having issues with pigs. I did kind of also want to address some issues that I thought needed clarity. And as you may have figured out, the people who were opposed were able to gather information off of the internet and inserted them into their letters. There is a lot of information on the internet, both for and against backyard chickens, because it's an issue as we start to trend into these backyard chickens. So, John, if I could get you to throw up this chart. This is put together by an organization called communityfoodstrategies.org. Obviously, they're in favor of backyard chickens. But I think it's important for us to kind of address some of the issues that have been raised in the letters. When it comes to nuisance concerns, they break it down into noise, into odor. The noise, hens are no louder than humans and even quieter than dogs. I will tell you that when I went to sleep last night, about 9 o'clock, I was woken up at 11:30 for a cat fight in the neighborhood, and then at 4:30 again with a cat fight, but on a much smaller scale. It was just closer to our house. So I think that, you know, we have noises in the city, and the noise of a hen is, or 3 hens, is not that loud. And I happen to have lived in areas where I've been next door to backyard chickens. And it's actually kind of a soothing, calming, at least to me, sound. I mean, it's like you hear ambient noise related to, you know, birds in your trees, or, you know, things that are just in your area. It's not as disturbing as a dog. It's not as disturbing as a screaming cat. I'm not saying that justifies us having it, because, you know, cats and dogs are their own separate kind of issue that we probably need to be aware of. Regarding odor, a 40-pound dog generates more waste than 10 chickens. So the amount of waste generated by 3 hens would be the equivalent of, I figure, maybe a 12-pound dog. And we have 12-pound dogs in the city of Clovis. When it comes to chicken health and safety, the presentation is that maybe chickens attract predators. The opposite is true. Chickens actually eat common residential pests. And so I don't think they attack rats or kill rats, but they do keep the bugs down in your backyard, and I would imagine in the neighborhood as a result. And then, of course, modern chicken enclosures protect chickens, and our ordinance has kind of one of these modern chicken enclosures as part of it. When it comes to public health and safety, you know, the allegation is that chickens cause disease. There has been no reports, according to the CDC, of H5N1 in the United States, and that's the avian flu. There have been some reports in other countries, but nothing in the United States. So humans are at minimal risk for getting sick from backyard chickens. So I guess really when it comes down to it, I think that it's appropriate that we approve this ordinance, and I think that we've addressed a lot of the issues that have been pointed out by those who have been concerned about some specific issues. I think it's more restrictive than some of the other ordinances that I've read out to you from different cities within the state of California. I think with a good neighbor policy, at least as a test for a year, is likely to address the larger issue of you know, bringing neighbors together, which is what I hope would happen. The proposed ordinance also addresses many of the concerns raised in the letters. The smell is addressed by limiting the amount of hens to 3 and the enclosure requirements. The small lot sizes as well, I think limits, you know, how much of an issue this will be for our neighbors. Noise is addressed. There are going to be no roosters allowed. The cost associated with calls for service is likely to be minimal. I would predict it's going to be de minimis, probably not even noticeable. Whether it comes from our patrol officers, it's not as though, well, it's not as like you're going to have a vicious chicken that's going to require, you know, the patrol to come out and, you know, somehow dispose of it like we sometimes have with dogs. I think the fact that, Drew, what you mentioned is, even though it sounds like you're going to vote against this, I think your idea of metal containers is a good one. The airtight containers I thought made a lot of sense, but I think upgrading it to metal containers is something that we can also incorporate into this ordinance. So, having said all of that, I appreciate your attention. And at this time, I'll be moving that we approve the introduction of this ordinance. And I want to be clear that we're introducing this ordinance. It's going to come back to us again because this is not going to be a unanimous vote. We'll have an opportunity for the community to give input now that they will see what the ordinance actually looks like, as opposed to, you know, speculating on what it may look like. So I move that we approve the introduction of the ordinance, that we adjust it in the following ways: that instead of being airtight containers, they be metal containers; that we bring this up for a review to allow what impact this has had on our calls for service for our animal services, and then also our patrol officers. And then I think it makes sense for us to have this good neighbor policy in place. And I hope that doesn't lose a vote. But I think to try it out for just this 1 year to see how it works may be appropriate. I did mention expansion, but it's, you know, if this doesn't work, then, you know, I think it's worth a try. But I don't think that we, you know, adopting the good neighbor policy as it applies to chickens is not saying that you have to have permission from your neighbor to have a dog or to have a cat or to have a parrot, which actually those parrots can be sneaking loud. I hear them every once in a while. And so that's my motion. Jose?
Well, just flesh out your good neighbor policy.
Sure.
What exactly does that mean? The two adjacent neighbors or what?
Whoever you have in a contiguous boundary with. So if
You must get their permission?
Yeah, you have to go over there and they have to approve of it. So I don't want Chip to have a neighbor
that
has chickens, right? And he has the ability to veto it. Now, I will tell you from what I have observed, that when you tell people generally that you're going to have backyard chickens, they actually get pretty excited about it because their thought is that they might get some eggs out of the deal. The other is that they are going to want to view them and see them, and because it is kind of a novelty, and to be able to participate in the process. So I think to have the good neighbor policy introduces the conversation.
And does the veto have or the approval, does it have a time limit? Can I approve today and then rescind my approval in a month?
I don't think that's particularly practical, but what it does do is
how are we going to put it in the ordinance? How will they be able to?
So it would be
today I said yes, but tomorrow I say no.
Mm-hmm.
How are we going to regulate that?
So my view is, and I'm obviously open to suggestions, whether it's from David, from what we've done in the past, or from other council members, it would be that once permission is given, then the idea is that opens up the conversation. And so if it turns out that the chickens are, you know, smelly or, you know, whatever the bad thing is, then the person who is next to them are going to say, hey, listen, I thought we had this really clear. You were going to be only having 3 hens. You're going to be cleaning it every day. So what ends up happening is that they find out that, oh, well, they've got, I don't know, 4 hens, and they're not cleaning it every day, and it is a nuisance. Well, then it's like, I will call, and I'll say, hey, you know what? I made this deal with this guy, and he's backing out of the deal. And so I don't think that's going to happen. But I think it's time for our neighbors to have conversations about their pets, because there is a lot of conflict that I see in these opposition letters between neighbors as a result of them not caring for their pets or having a misunderstanding of how the pets would be cared for. So it would be contiguous boundary, and it would be a one-time approval, and it would not, that would be all that I would expect, because it's really about opening the conversation and building community. And it would just be for the backyard chickens, not dogs or cats.
Okay, that's your motion, Bob?
That's my motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that. And I just wanted to respond, Jose, with regards to the rescinding. If they rescind, it'll be because of one of these things. You know, because it'll be because they violated something. Because if they're abiding by this, they already have clear idea of what is expected. So that's my thought. But I'll second that.
Mr. Mayor, before you take a vote on this, I do have a question, I guess, of clarification on this good neighbor policy. As it's written now, I don't believe this requires any sort of permit for somebody to have the chickens. Is this good neighbor policy an informal policy where they're just suggested they go talk to them, or are we now creating a permitting application that we need to enforce that before someone can get a permit?
We're not requiring any permit. We're trying to keep our cost to the city as minimal as possible.
So then it's just going to be on a kind of a good faith thing. You go talk to your neighbors before you.
Right. So it's like if Chip's neighbor wants to have backyard chickens, he can say, no, I don't want you to have backyard chickens, and that would be consistent with our ordinance that person would not be able to have backyard chickens. It's a self-governing as opposed to an active, proactive approach by the city of Clovis.
We have a motion and a second.
Can I just, a couple of
Go ahead,
comments to
Lynn.
that? So, I think it is totally, I can't think of a word that, if Chip doesn't want a chicken and he says no, and I get a chicken anyway, this is not our way to have conversations about your pets. This is about a chicken. And I just think to set it up that I feel like, okay, I've asked him and he said, no, I'm going to get a chicken anyway. Do you not think that's going to cause more conflict? I think it is a totally misguided solution to this challenge. I guess I can't figure out why you think that's going to help.
I am presuming that you read the opposition letters.
I did. I read all the letters.
Did you find that there was some conflict between neighbors in the opposition letters?
Not particularly, no. That didn't strike me.
All right, we read different opposition letters.
Well, maybe we did. That seems like it's happening a lot. I think adding this policy is going to make it worse. I see no value in that. I'm going to vote for it. You could give me a lottery ticket. I'd vote no for it. I just think it's not going to.
Jose is the one I'm most concerned about, with all respect.
I figured that out.
I've already told you, I think it's a slippery slope because we're going to be asking for that for dogs and cats and exotic birds that make more noise than these chickens ever will. So
if you will vote for it if there is no good neighbor policy in it.
Because what she said earlier about more calls for service, it will happen.
Okay.
Because of that.
So let me ask Vong, do I lose your vote if we don't have the good neighbor policy in it?
See, I liked it because it protects people like Chip. See, that's what I like about it, where it protects me if I don't want any chickens surrounding my backyard.
I'd like you to make a policy offer that's right as opposed to how many votes you can get for it, Bob. So put it out there if that's what you have. Let's see what you get. Let's not negotiate
Lynn,
how many votes
I know you want to defeat this policy and you're going to try every tactic you can
politically. Well, I'm going to vote no, it
politically.
doesn't matter. As you've already said, what I said doesn't matter. So you should move with your policy and let's see where people come. But do not negotiate. Do I have your vote? That doesn't seem like good government at all. So,
No, it's actually the way you do government.
no, it's not out loud. So I'd like to call for the question, please.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know that we're done discussing this.
Well, I can still call for.
Was the motion amended? I just wanted to clear that.
No, we're having a conversation. Lynn is not participating in it. So, not actively, at least.
Because you can amend a motion.
Or positively.
Bob?
I'm serious.
Sorry, Jose.
And a motion can be amended by debate, and therefore there has to be debate. So we're doing it right.
I don't think the negotiation like that.
It's not negotiation, it's debate.
It doesn't
Whether
matter.
you like it or
I
not.
won't participate. Go ahead.
It's called debate, it's not called negotiation.
It sounds like negotiation.
No, it's called debate.
Well, it sounds like negotiation.
Now we're debating about negotiations.
We're debating about the negotiation.
Bong, your light's on.
Yeah, David, what is being proposed as part of the ordinance, your legal opinion, what do you foresee if we had such a clause in there?
Well, I guess if someone has chickens and they didn't get a neighbor to sign off, they would be violating the ordinance,
Yeah.
so they couldn't have chickens, so we would enforce it. It's just gonna be an enforcement issue. If everybody behaves and everybody takes care of their chickens, it's not an issue. If they don't, then there's calls for service and we have to deal with it.
Sure.
The concern with the good neighbor policy is if, again, something happens later. The neighbor says, no, I don't like it anymore. Now you got calls for service. That's all.
Thank you.
Or you get a new neighbor.
It comes an
Okay.
enforcement issue.
So we have, Bob, did you want to do anything with your motion?
I want to know where Bong is if.
You're fishing.
Then call for a question.
Okay. All right.
All right, so let's keep it as I've proposed it because it's been seconded, which
Okay.
includes the good neighbor policy. If there wants to be an amendment to it, then I'd like to hear it.
We have a motion and a second. Call the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Nay. Okay, it's 2-3. I actually would like to see this come back at a later time.
I would like to make the
when we're
motion
better prepared.
as you presented it without the good neighbor policy. If we're going to give our citizens the opportunity to have 3 chickens, just 3, not 20, not roosters, just 3 chickens. But neighbors don't get veto power. They don't get veto power for dogs. They don't get veto power for turtles. They don't get veto powers for exotic
I'll second that motion if that's a motion.
pygmy I mean, it will create more calls for service, and that's what we're trying to avoid. And it'll just make it, we're either gonna do it or we're not gonna do it. We've never had a neighbor be able to veto what another neighbor does unless there's permitting, there's conditional use permits, all that kind of stuff. And this is not what we want unless that's what we want. So we either do it the way we do other things, or we just do it the way this should be.
But Joe, I'm sorry, you said you didn't think the ordinance was sufficient enough.
Well, it's because of I was concerned about the vaccinations, but I think Councilmember Welling kind of fixed that with that screening he had, that slide he had out there with and he is right, as far as the avian flu, it has not reached America. So is it a vector? Could be a vector. It's been a vector in China.
Right.
But is it a vector in America? It hasn't been one.
So you think the ordinance as it's written is sufficient in your, to
Yes,
your...
and here's what happens if it becomes a vector. If other chickens become vectors in America, they all will be euthanized. That's what will happen here in America.
So what is your motion?
Essentially what you had, and it's an airtight metal container.
Okay, I'll second that.
So everything what you said, but for...
And no good neighbor policy?
No, we can't do it that way.
All right, I'll second.
David, is that clear enough?
Yes, it'll come back for reintroduction if the majority approves it, and then I'll have all the new language in there on the one-year review and the metal container. If the council approves introduction, it'll come back for second reading, August 3rd, and then back for adoption in September.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Lynn, your light's on. Did you want to say anything? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
No.
That's...
So I'd like to make a motion, I don't know the verb, is if we continue, if we reintroduce in 6 months, I don't know what the verb is exactly. If we just delay the action on this ordinance, I think staff could do a little more work, maybe to get some of the language and the vector and all of that, and that we as a community, when this is a priority, it has nothing to do with feeding 6 families who want to have eggs during the pandemic, that is ridiculous, that we then reintroduce it at some point in the future. A year from now, 6 months from now, we can relook at it in 6 months, but we just continue this discussion till a time when it's more conducive to trying to think about something like this when the police department staffing is more adequate, et cetera. So I would just move that we continue this either to a date uncertain, or I don't know what the right word is. Or do you want to decline it and bring it back in 6 months?
Well, I think for that, it's just clear direction to come back 1 year. That's all we need is direction. You don't need a vote necessarily, just need clear direction. You could do a vote if you want to have a date certain or a more definite time.
I'm not sure, but
I think with the back and forth, it's probably better we put it to a vote, just so everybody knows where everybody stands. I'm in agreement. We set a date a year out, or whatever other people think. This way, people don't get emotionally bonded to the chickens, and maybe we get a little bit more information. So any other discussion? Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Okay. Item 9, consider items associated with approximately 52 acres of land located in the southeast area of Leonard and Barstow Avenues. Glenn H. Milholland and Darlene A. Milholland, trustees for the Milholland Family Trust Properties, Bonadilli Neighborhoods applicant, Harbor and Associates representative. Item A is consider approval of a resolution, a request to approve an environmental finding of a mitigated negative declaration for General Plan Amendment GPA 2020-001, pre-zone 2020-001, and a vesting tentative tract map TM 6304. B is consider approval of a Resolution General Plan Amendment 2020-01, a request to amend the general plan to redesignate approximately 34 acres from low-density residential 2.1 to 4 dwelling units per acre, classification to the medium-density residential 4.1 to 7.0 dwelling units per acre. C is consider approval of a resolution 2020-01, a request to pre-zone approximately 34 acres from the County AE 20 Exclusive Agricultural Zone District to the Clovis R1 PRD Single Family Planned Residential Development, and approximately 18 acres from the County AE 20 Exclusive Agricultural to the Clovis O Open Space Conservation Zone District. And D's consider approval resolution TM 6304, a request to approve a vesting tentative tract map for a 217 lot single family subdivision on approved 34 acres. Ricky Capitan is presenter. Ricky.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I just need to jump in really quickly before we get too far beyond this. It's going to be on item number 8, the second vote that Councilmember Flores introduced, second by Councilmember Whalen. I recorded it as a no vote for Ashbeck and Montatua and a yes for the 3 others.
Is this the second or the third?
This is the second, Jose.
I was a no.
Okay, I didn't get that. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
Ricky.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So before I get started, I just want to highlight there were 2 supplemental memos provided. One earlier this afternoon regarding one comment letter that came in after the staff report was already published, as well as another packet of a couple of letters that came in right around 5 o'clock. So you should have both of those items. So the project location is near the southeast corner of Barstow and Leonard, as you see there. It's highlighted in the star. The blue line that you see indicated there is the current sphere of influence. Or I'm sorry, the green is the sphere of influence, and then the blue is the city limit. As part of this project, there's a request for an annexation, which will be the presentation following this one. So as you can see here, if approved, it would kind of square off that boundary right there. So the total parcel itself is actually 52 acres in size approximately, which you can kind of see outlined in the red. But for purposes of the actual project, the residential portion, that's the approximately 34 acres that you see actually shaded in red. So I just wanted to make that distinction. We're actually talking about the project and the units. It's to the area that's shaded. So GPA 2020-001 is a request by the applicant to go from the existing low-density residential designation on that part that you see shaded to a proposed medium density, which is essentially one step above.
Ricky, could you do me a favor?
Sure.
Pull your mask down. I'm having difficulty.
Is that better?
Yeah, that'd
Okay.
be fine. Thank
Perfect.
you.
Okay, so as part of the annexation request, there's a requisite to pre-zone the property. As you mentioned when you're reading the title, it's existing county AE20. The applicant is requesting to pre-zone the shaded portion to R1 PRD, and the green shaded portion would go to open space conservation for a future park down the road from the city. So I just wanted to highlight, this is the layout of the 217 lots that are being proposed as part of tract map 6304, and I wanted to highlight some of the features and amenities as part of that. One of them is there would be a vehicular bridge proposed that would span the Dog Creek, which would serve as the main entrance, as you see there. There would be sidewalks on all sides of the streets, standard city sidewalks. The street width is in compliance with the city street standards. It would allow and support both parking on both sides of the street if necessary. And then along these lots here, which would be the backyards to the homes along Dog Creek, the applicant is proposing tubular steel fence, partly for aesthetics and to be able to enjoy the view back there for those particular lots. So all those lots that are backing up to the Dog Creek would have a tubular steel fence. One of the main features and amenities of the site being proposed is this little over half an acre park space you see along Dog Creek. a little hard to tell in the image, but it would actually have a children's play structure. It would have benches and a shade structure as well as I believe a kiosk there too, with some kind of informational signage over there to enjoy the Dog Creek and the views from that particular park. And then there's also another little park space here, sort of at the end of that cul-de-sac you see there. Of note too, which I'll talk about a little bit more in detail in this presentation, is the applicant has voluntarily restricted these homes that you see highlighted with the blue dots and with the red outline to single-story lot restrictions. And I'll talk about it in more detail, but that was partly or mostly because of neighborhood concerns with privacy to the rural residential to the east. So in terms of public outreach for the project, with GPAs, I know you guys are familiar, our policy is that we require 2 neighborhood meetings, one prior to Planning Commission, and then one following Planning Commission, but prior to Council. Those are the dates that you see up there. The original one was in February 24th, and then just last week there was the second one, which came after Commission. The applicant and the neighbors, there were additional meetings held. In particular, there was one on June 18th where staff and the applicant met with a few of the neighbors at one of their homes to check out their site and to talk about some of their concerns, as well as another one on June 19th, which was an evening meeting hosted actually by one of the neighbors, which had a pretty good turnout, and both staff and applicant attended that one as well. And then, of course, there was the June 25th Planning Commission. And in between all of that, there's been a lot of ongoing communication, not only between staff and some of the neighbors, but as well as the applicant and the neighbors to kind of address a lot of the concerns that came up. So at the Planning Commission, 2 neighbors spoke in opposition. Generally had concerns with density, the noticing policy, as well as internet service for a particular neighboring property owner. 4 neighbors ended up speaking in support. They were citing reasons for appreciative of the concessions that the applicant had made in addressing a lot of those concerns. At the Planning Commission, the applicant also agreed to install paving to allow for trash toters to be stored on the side yard and to have easier access to the front. That was a comment by Commissioner Hinkle, which the applicant wanted to be responsive to, so they offered to install that on all of the homes. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval with 4-0-1 vote, with Commissioner Antuna absent that evening. So I wanted to spend just a couple of minutes kind of going over some of the larger neighbor concerns, or more prevalent ones, if you will, and kind of how staff and applicant has addressed those concerns. In particular, you'll probably hear about it tonight, but there was a concern from some of the applicants regarding the neighborhood noticing. As I mentioned, the city does have a policy of noticing of GPAs, those 2 neighborhood meetings. We notice those in an 800-foot radius. Generally, the way it works is the staff will provide the applicant with those list of addresses of that 800 feet, and then it's up to the applicant to then mail those notices out. The concern was really centered on the lack of information in some of the neighbors' opinions on that particular notice. And some asserted they didn't receive it, or that maybe they didn't pay attention. Yes, that's it right there, and that was provided as part of one of your supplemental. So that was the first neighborhood notice. Based on response to that, the city, worked with the applicant to improve that for the second neighborhood meeting, there was a big improvement on the second notice, as well as the staff is working on internal guidelines to have a little bit more control and oversight, just to make sure that notices are getting out with the appropriate amount of information. With regard to the fencing, along the eastern property line, this is primarily where these concerns were, is there's rural residential properties along Highland, which is in the county. The city standard for this, for residential to residential, is a 6-foot wood fence. That's what the city requires there. There was a request to have the applicant construct a masonry wall. But in terms of, like I said, being consistent with city standards, we required a 6-foot wood fence. However, as part of that, the applicant has agreed or offered, I guess, to pay 50% of the cost of a masonry wall if the adjacent neighbors wanted one. So they would actually split that cost with them for masonry wall. So they've offered that.
Ricky, before you go past that, is it going to be all one or the other. I mean, I can see a hodgepodge of concrete block light walls and wooden fences, and that might even look worse.
Yeah, that's something me and the applicant have discussed, kind of logistics of that. Well, what if you get, you know, two neighbors wanting it and one not? How's it going to look? Is it going to go, you know, block wood, block, whatever? That's something we'd have to work out the details. We don't have anything particular prohibiting that, of having different, you know, fence types. You know, based on the location of where this fence would go, it would be on the interior, so it wouldn't necessarily be seen by the public per se. In terms of an aesthetic, it would really only be seen by the neighbors, you know, potentially buying the Bonadelli home and then the rural residential. So, you know, from a public perspective, it could look a little, you know, wonky or inconsistent if that happened that way, but we haven't worked out those details. But so the other issue that came up was, you know, developments require 2 points of access. The main one would be where that bridge was going to come in off of Agua Dulce. The other second point of access was going to provide access to Shaw, which would be through the southern property where there's an existing approved track map from a different developer. So originally the second point of access it wasn't set in stone, but a lot of the neighbors expressed concern about potentially having a temporary access run right along the back of their properties. However, the applicant is actively working with the property owner to the south to try and just develop that second point of access in its final alignment so that there's no temporary roadway. And that green line or road up there would indicate where the final alignment would go. The concern was particularly if it were temporary, that it would possibly run along the back of these property lines. So the deal isn't 100% set in stone, but based on what the applicants conveyed, they feel pretty confident that this final alignment will happen. So the other concern that came up early on was the height of the homes. As you know, the maximum height allowed for single-family homes is typically 35 feet. The project would comply with the city standard for the two-story homes. But as I mentioned earlier, the applicant has voluntarily restricted homes to single-story. I believe it was 22 in total along that eastern property line. So and that was included as a condition of approval. The other concern that came up was regarding the density. Existing right now is low density. The applicant's now requesting medium. I wanted to point out that the original application that came in February included a request to do 285 lots, and they had since reduced that to 217, which effectively bumped it down a density category, if you will. So now they're just asking for medium, not medium high, which was what was included in their original application. So in summary, if you remember the first slide that I showed you, this project meets a lot of the goals and policies of the general plan and Loma Vista specific plan. The project would help, in a sense, complete part of that area by kind of squaring off that boundary up in that kind of region of Loma Vista. And the applicant and neighbors worked collaboratively on addressing many of the key concerns that I just talked about. You know, did 100% of everything get solved? No, but there were definitely some concessions made, and there were, in my opinion, collaborative efforts on both parties. And you know, I was appreciative of that, of both the neighbors and the applicant for working very closely to address some of those concerns. So with that, Planning Commission and staff recommend that the council approve the resolution for the environmental finding of a mitigated negative declaration, consider approval of GPA 2020-001, consider introduction of pre-zone 2020-001, and consider approval of track map 6304. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ricky. Any questions for staff? Lynn?
Did you say me? Ricky, can you talk about, you talked about the collaboration, and yet it's really the theme in so many of the letters, or so many, they're not that many, but the letters of opposition were about feeling maybe not communicated with, feeling, I mean, I would say that this doesn't really look like exactly what I might think it was an official invite. It doesn't have any city, no Bonadelli. Can you just talk a little bit about how that, and I'd like, if folks are here to speak, so I'd like to hear their points of view, but can you just describe from your perspective that collaborative relationship? Because it seems like it started with this, and it kind of went downhill from there, it appears to me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that the notice, you know, could have been improved or included more information. You know, the policy that we have, you know, the policy was followed, so I'm not gonna.
The policy is what?
The policy was followed in terms of what the requirements are.
So we don't have anything in our policy that says it should have your logo on it, the city's logo, it should have your developer's logo, it should have a map, nothing. It just says you should just tell people there's a meeting and come to it?
Yeah, currently as the policy is, it doesn't state that we require basically a minimum amount of information, which is now why we're working on that kind of internal policy document so that we can essentially see the notices before they go out and make corrections if needed, which is what happened on the second notice from July. So
this was the first, there was another one?
that was the first. Yeah, the second one, it's not included in your packet, but it had a map. It had way more information about which entitlements you know, were required, and then we also made sure to make it a point at Planning Commission when that second meeting was, just to make sure there was no miscommunication there. So.
Second meeting was last week, so maybe we can, you know, I'd like to hear from the applicant on the outreach as well as the neighbors, and I just wanted, I might have other questions, but I wanted to talk specifically about that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Bob.
Thank you. Can you address, Ricky, for us the impact that going to a higher density is going to have as far as trying to meet our RENA numbers in any way? Is this something that would be able to count, or we would not be able to count?
Because the density would still be below kind of that 20 unit per acre mark, it wouldn't, you know, count per se in terms of credit for RENA numbers for any purposes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Vaughn.
Along that line, Ricky, in the staff report on page 153, you had that Planning Commission comment which showed maximum for low and then maximum for the medium, and you subtracted to be 102 units. So what is that language all about? And it talked about proposed rezone at 2020-03 at Clovis and Dakota. Can you explain this, just so I understand what this is?
Yeah, so generally speaking, so there will be a project in the future that we're working on that's on Clovis and Dakota, which is a proposed rezone from the R2 down to CM, I believe it is. And in order to be compliant with one of the state laws, we wanted to essentially find some sort of replacement units for that. So what I did there, what you're referring to, is essentially if this project is approved tonight, it essentially gives us sort of that buffer replacement units, if you will, for that rezone later on.
And is that something we do for the applicants? The applicant of Clovis and Dakota deals with others? How did that all come about? Or is that something since we see the entire map, we're doing all the dealings?
It just kind of happened to be with timing with this one. The project, the Clovis Dakota one, has been kind of in the works for a while, but it was sort of, I don't want to say, it was kind of put on hold effectively until a project came up that.
This will help that get along, moving.
Generally speaking,
it'll really help, because we've been talking about that one for a while. And so this actually helps, in other words, what you're saying.
It would help, yes. It would provide a benefit for the other one.
And the linear park and the play structure, the applicant is responsible for that.
We're responsible for constructing, but in terms of the maintenance, it would be like any other neighborhood park where they would pay into a landscape maintenance district, and the city would maintain it from an assessment of fees on those homes that are in that area.
And then the trail is what we will have to build later. He's not building the trail that'll go along Dog Creek.
Yeah, correct. The trail would be on the west or north side of Dog Creek, if you will. So, you know, at whatever time the city is able to purchase that land and build that park, that trail would come at that time.
Okay. And then where the bridge is, it'll take into consideration that trail because it's going to cross, you know, traffic lanes there.
Yeah, we'll have to take that into consideration. I haven't seen the actual, you know, design plans yet because we're not quite there, but it will have to take into consideration that trail that comes on either side of it.
Okay. Thank you. One more thing. Go ahead. You know, when I've read the comments, I did want to say thank you to you and the applicant, because I saw a lot of responses which we usually don't see when we get letters. Because you were responding, there were thank you for responding, even if, you know, not everything was resolved, but it kept coming back and forth. And I saw a lot of, I wanted to thank the applicant for being responsive and proactive, and then for you, Ricky, for just responding to everything that came to your desk, and you had an email response to it. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
To the neighbors. Thank you.
Just to kind of go in with what Lynn was talking about, if I was to get one of these, I probably wouldn't read past the first line. I'm afraid they're inviting me to an Amway party or something, and I would just throw it out. So hopefully we improve that particular item. I will open this up to the public. Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Yes, ma'am.
It's okay that I took off my mask, right? Okay. Hi, my name's Betty Kemp. Some of you remember me from my last visit when my husband and I lived by Harlan Ranch. I live at 5333 North Highland Avenue, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. That lovely lady that left, that lives over by Locan and Shaw, I'm just horrified for her that she has lost all the drainage because of these new homes, and now her well has gone dry, and like my voice. I'm horrified because I'm worried that that will happen to us with all the new construction. I've also spoken to some of the neighbors on Leonard, and they have equal concerns, not only about the water drainage, but where is the water coming from? And their concern also is that the letter, the postcard that most of us received, we have two brilliant people in our neighborhood. They're retired, and one of them was aware enough to call the phone number here to find out what this was. And when they realized that it was Mr. Bonadelli's business, they said, oh, this might be important. So they told the neighbor across the street, my neighbor Don Lynn. And Don Lynn said, no, I didn't get that. And my lovely neighbor Karen said, yes, you did. And Don Lynn said, oh, it looks like junk mail, so I just put it in my junk pile, like most of us did. When I brought this concern to Mr. Caperton, I said, do you really think this was a genuine attempt to invite all of us to the meeting in February? This is what Mr. Caperton responded with his text or his email back to me. I understand your concern, and I have addressed the issue with the applicant and required them to show me a draft notice for the next neighborhood meeting to prevent the same issue. That said, our policy is that neighborhood meetings are the responsibility of the applicant, and other than providing the list of addresses within the appropriate radius, the meeting is really their responsibility. To that end, the city is working on coming up with standard guidelines to prevent this from occurring in the future. I feel sorry for all those people like that lady that got a notice like this in the past. For those of the three of you that remember me from Harlan Ranch, you know that if I had known what this was in February, I would have been emailing Mr. Caperton February 25th, not a month ago when we finally heard. And I decided to organize my lovely neighbors on Highland to let them know, this is changing our neighborhood. What should we do? And most of them were horrified that they're changing the density from medium from low, which is 4 homes per acre, I believe, to medium. So we decided to have a meeting, and Mr. Bonadelli kept emailing us, can I come to the meeting? Can I come to the meeting? Or his son, one or the other. And we finally said, because we trusted that he was going to be a straight shooter and negotiate with us, we believed that he was coming to negotiate. He was coming to tell us how thankful we should be that instead of building 280 odd homes, he's only building 271, and never discussed with us whether he would be willing to build low residential or not. He just said, no, that's not on the table, and that he wasn't about to pay for the wall himself. So some of us left the meeting with a bad taste in our mouth. Furthermore, I couldn't find my invitation for February, so I asked Mr. Bonadelli, could you please send me a copy of this? Because I don't even know what I'm looking for. Mr. Bonadelli responded, I don't have a copy. We sent it to the printers. Well, we started to feel a little bit suspicious after putting all these pieces together. And frankly, my family and I are extremely concerned that the Planning Commission and Mr. Caperton are not looking out for the best interest of our neighborhood. That meeting in April to annex the 54 acres was held at the height of the pandemic, when everybody, including my family, were sheltering in place. And I was preoccupied with educating 25 students remotely and assuring them that they would be all right. I would like to know how many people attended that meeting in April, because everyone was anxious and terrified. We're really upset about the postcard because, like I said, if we had heard about this in February, we would have had more than one meeting. Most of my neighbors think that it is obvious that Mr. Bonadelli had no intention of having anyone from our street go to that meeting. My next door neighbor, Paul, is convinced that it is a foregone conclusion that the city planners have already decided to approve all the changes that Mr. Bonadelli has requested. He thinks that I'm naive and idealistic in believing that you will protect our neighborhood from these changes. I told him that when my family lived by Harlan Ranch and we had 2.5 acres, I organized my neighbors to help change a Wathan Castanos development. When the city council, with the city council's encouragement, Mr. Castanos agreed to the following. He reduced the amount of homes from his original plan, and he built only single-story homes next to us. And in addition, he put up a block wall, or agreed that a block wall would be built before construction began to protect us from the dust. Even though Mr. Castanos sold this land to another builder, all the concessions were executed at the current builder's expense. Based on news stories and the realtors with whom I have had the pleasure of speaking, this pandemic, I'm almost done. This pandemic has created a desire for larger, not smaller lots. I'm sorry, you let Chuck go on, so I'm going to go on for 1 minute and 18 seconds, okay?
Okay, I'll give you 1 minute and 18 seconds.
Thank
but
you.
You don't get a return.
Okay.
Go ahead.
If Americans have to shelter in place, they want to have a larger home and a big backyard to escape. We would like to see a development with back behind us with low-density homes, and we think that somebody like Mr. Asimi would be the perfect builder for this. His development over by Dry Creek is on 3/4 acre lots, and they're now worth over $1 million. Please don't, excuse me. During this pandemic, we've lost so many of our freedoms and rights. Please don't let us lose our property values to cookie-cutter homes and corporate greed. Thank you again for all you do to be good stewards of our city.
Thank you, Mrs. Kemp. Any other member of the public wish to address council on this item? Yes, ma'am.
What we've been doing, I'm not going to wear it. My name is Karen Kern. I reside at 5390 North Highland Avenue, and I'm the individual referred to that got the notice. There are not two retired persons. The person who figured it out is my husband, and he was able to figure it out. And if we could figure it out, everyone on the neighborhood could. I also communicated quite a bit with Ricky about the notice. I didn't like it, but we had a meeting. 5 people went to a meeting in February, and in my opinion, the city staff that were there and the Bonadellis were nothing but cooperative, honest, and from that meeting, they changed the density. They agreed to single story on a portion of it, and after our neighborhood meeting, agreed to all of it. They made concessions on lights that aren't even mentioned here today. The issue on the totes came up at the Planning Commission, but the bulk of the changes that resulted in the map that's before you today happened at a meeting on February 24th, pre-COVID, with emails between the neighbors and the planning and with the Bonadellis. They've been nothing but straightforward, honest, direct with the neighbors. And I think many of the neighbors are actually in favor of this. It's inevitable. I'd rather see the sheep every day. I know change is coming, and that isn't going to, I can't prevent that. But the Bonadellis were willing to change the density for us, or for everyone. They were willing to do single stories. They've been more than willing to talk to everyone. And when we left the meeting on the 24th, Mr. Bonadelli at that point said, if you want another meeting, I'll have another meeting. We chose to meet with the neighbors that went to that meeting, and we discussed it, and we communicated with the city and Mr. Bonadelli, and they addressed every single concern we had. So I'm fully in favor of this track map, and I believe the city staff and the Bonadellis have been excellent to work with.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Yes, sir. Absolutely, Lynn.
Ricky, the requirement for neighborhood meetings for an item like this where it's 5 things is 2 neighborhood meetings?
That's correct. One prior to commission and then one after commission before council.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir. If you could give us your name, please.
My name is Larry Miller. I live at 5157 North Highland Avenue. I would appreciate knowing what my time limit is for comments. All right, thank you.
More than happy to give you a slight extension.
Okay, well, let's see where we go with this.
Okay.
Members of the council, staff, and interested persons, I'm here to comment on this proposal. Highland Avenue neighborhood has been in a state of uproar here the last 6 weeks or so. It's not a secret that the whole country is agitated, and this was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, because most of us did not get that invitation, or we thought it was junk mail. I know at least 5 people along the west side of Highland, which is where I live, that tell me they did not get that invitation for the February meeting. That had some consequences as to working out mitigations of issues that Ricky or Bonadelli never envisioned when they started this process, and I'll get to that in a moment. I appreciate the benefits of planning. My wife and I have traveled to over half of the states in this country, mostly by road. And we have seen some lousy planning, you know, salvage yards across the street from fancy restaurants and whatnot. So that's an important function that the city provides. But it hasn't always turned out quite that way for us as residents. We participated in some of the original meetings for the general plan and the Loma Vista plan, and, you know, there was a lot of debate. We thought we had a thing set up, and now what do we get? It's like a bait and switch. We go from low density to medium density. And I guess it had been even higher at one time. I wasn't a party to all that because we weren't in those early discussions. We didn't hear about this until early June. I see that what we have here is a little bit of a cultural issue. We have two cultures butting heads with each other. The city culture, and I'm encouraged to hear the discussion about chickens because I grew up on a farm. We had 150 chickens, cows and horses and pigs and all the rest of it. So I understand that. But I also have lived in the city, and I understand a little bit about the city culture. You know, it's like the city culture the residents look to the city to take care of their problems. Those of us that live in a culture, in a rural culture, are self-reliant. We take care of ourselves. You know, let us live our peaceful life. We won't bother anybody, don't bother us, and we'll all be happy. That's kind of idealistic. To make it briefly. A little bit of background. My teenage years were spent in San Joaquin Valley. I graduated from Ridley High School, gone for 8 years of college and 4 years of work in Los Angeles, the Bay Area. Working in the corporate world, my wife and I decided that's enough of the big city. We were going to get back to something closer to our roots. The Clovis rural way of life was paradise. We had a rural environment to live in. We had the benefits of a metropolitan area where I could pursue a profession. We raised our children here. They went to Clovis schools, and that was good. We built our home in 1988. We were the first home on Highland Avenue. Since then, the street has developed. There have been, on the west side of Highland, there are, I believe, 7 homes. Only one of those, and that's the Kemps, has changed hands since it was built. We are a very stable neighborhood. We get along with each other. I don't think we've had any big conflicts between neighbors that I'm aware of. So now, I feel like the city of Clovis is threatening our way of life. And I'm not really blaming the Bonadellis, and I'll explain that. The planning process...
Mr. Miller, I just want to let you know you're into your extra minute and a half.
Okay. The Bonadellis have been very responsive. They have been over, and we have been back and forth for 6 weeks now. We ran into all sorts of issues. One of them was that development would kill my internet service. And today, you can't live without it. Right now, my wife is watching this from home on WebEx. She is an at-risk person. We don't want to bring her into this environment. So, I pursued on my own a number of options to solve this internet issue, because I'm sending a signal across open rural residential territory to unwired broadband. There are a number of solutions. Some of them I never was able to get to a completion because there just wasn't enough time. It's been back and forth with the county planning department, contractors. In fact, just a little bit ago, I had a call from one. I didn't take it. As of this afternoon, I think we have an agreement with the Bonadellis on how we resolve my internet service. I appreciate their efforts at trying to satisfy the neighbors. I do not appreciate the direction that the city of Clovis has gone to put them in that position. From a business standpoint, I know you have to make a living at this, and they're doing their thing, and so I don't begrudge them that. So, not happy with it, but I guess to sum it up, I would say I will take the devil I know over the devil I don't know, and probably agree to live with what the Bonadellis have to offer. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any other member of the public wish to, Ms. Kemp, I gave you. If you want to give the letters to the clerk. Okay. Okay, we'll look at, the applicant is wanting to talk.
Say to Mr. Miller, Mr. Miller, that was one of the loveliest public comments that I've heard in 20 years. Thank you for your story. Very nice.
Good evening. If you give us your name, please.
Yes. Good evening. John Bonadelli, 7030 North Fruit, number 101. We agree with staff's recommendation for approval, and we agree with Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation for approval of Track 6304. There's 2 points regarding the proposed Track 6304 that we as the applicants would like to address tonight. Number 1 is the reasoning for the requested general plan amendment and the merits and benefits to the city of Clovis for this GPA. And secondly, we'd like to expand on our neighborhood outreach efforts that we have made as the applicant throughout this extensive planning process. We feel the merits and benefits to the city of Clovis for allowing the slightly higher densities are as follows. First and foremost is public safety. The entire western edge of this property backs on to the riparian corridor that is Dog Creek. Across from Dog Creek is the future Loma Vista 20-acre regional park. The requested general plan amendment allows for over 20 lots to now back onto Dog Creek, which will allow for citizens to assist law enforcement in self-policing both Dog Creek and the regional park. Many of these houses will be 2 stories with wrought iron fence, allowing for plenty of eyeballs to call into any suspicious activity that may occur in these public spaces behind Track 6304. These homes along Dog Creek will lessen the strain of law enforcement resources needed to patrol this large public space, and will also create a safer environment for Clovis and the county residents that use the park. Secondly, this general plan amendment will increase the density by 2.38 units per acre. With these additional units and smaller backyards, the future residents of this tract will utilize the future regional park much more frequently than low-density residential users with larger backyards. The slight increase will also create more affordably priced housing, providing the opportunity for young Clovis families to become residents here. The future regional park will be a significant investment to the city of Clovis, and having younger families nearby with smaller backyards will create more users of this space. The Loma Vista specific plan is also approaching near completion with over 60% residential build-out and most undeveloped parcels already entitled. This parcel is one of the last major residential parcels within the specific plan. There is a possibility that Loma Vista's actual unit count does not match the original projected count for the specific plan. The general plan amendment will help to reconcile the original projected unit cost while simultaneously meeting statewide housing requirements for greater density throughout all of California. Furthermore, these additional units will create more users for commercial centers throughout Clovis, most notably the Sierra Vista Mall and other major retailers throughout the city. Bringing more users into Clovis will help to hasten the economic recovery for commercial shopping centers as a result of our current economic climate. As you can tell, this is an odd-shaped property. It's shaped like the reverse shape of the state of Idaho. There's a long, narrow neck in the northern portion of the property that prohibited a low-density layout to have double fronting streets. As a result, this would have created odd-shaped, large lots that are not an efficient land design, not efficient for water use, and would have been difficult for homeowners to maintain. This slight 2.38 unit increase per acre allows for a much more efficient property layout. The fact that this is one of the last remaining parcels within Loma Vista shows how difficult it is to engineer. Our current proposed layout and GPA allows us to engineer a property that is more efficient and offers more realistically affordable prices for future Clovis residents. Track 6304 will also be conditioned to build a bridge spanning over Dog Creek. The additional units added to this tract will help to make this project financially feasible, even when factoring in the expensive bridge. This bridge will become an asset to the city by connecting Barstow to Shaw Avenue and providing a key transportation cog for both city and county residents. They will be able to more quickly access community hospital, retail and office along Herndon Avenue, and CUSD school sites. It will help to alleviate traffic congestion throughout this growing area. Our current lot layout will also develop 2 neighborhood park sites that will be open to the public. Both of these parks are strategically positioned along the western edge of the property in Dog Creek. This will allow for more monitoring of Dog Creek and the open space behind Dog Creek by community residents. It will also provide 2 overlook parks for surrounding Clovis residents to enjoy for years to come. The community will also be extremely pedestrian friendly with sidewalks on both sides of the street and 20 by 20 garage sizes that are to code. Thank you for your time and consideration. John will briefly touch on the extensive neighborhood outreach that we've made during this process.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
John Bonadelli. 7030 North Fruit. You know, back in February, we started this actually January, we started this process. We sent out our notices. We send these notices out. It's the same notice we use in Merced, Visalia. Wherever we build, we send out the same notice. All of us builders, we just get the form, we fill it out. We get the addresses, we send them out. And I get where they're coming from. It apparently didn't look official enough. I get that. But the thing about it is this has been a long process. And, you know, I told the neighborhood, I said, listen, you know, the good part is I'm a local guy. My kids went to school with Betty's kids. You know, I want to be a good neighbor, and I'm going to do whatever I can to try to address your concerns. Commissioner Ashbeck, you know from previous developments 10 years ago, we had a poor lady up here, and her son had a medical condition, and we stepped up to the table and worked that issue out with that lady. I think you might have been on the council at that time too. We want to be a good neighbor. We're a good developer, a local developer, and when the word got out that we were having, we had a neighborhood meeting, that we're going to have more neighborhood meetings, anybody that called, anyone that called, we dropped what we were doing and we would meet with them. If they wanted an email response, we would give them an email response. If they wanted to talk to us, you know, by FaceTime or Zoom calls, we would do it. We've had 4 neighborhood meetings with staff. We're required to have 2. But if they wanted us to meet in an orchard in 100-degree weather, we were there. Backyards, we were there. Neighborhood inside their homes, we showed up. We did our best to address their concerns. Now, over the course of several months, and I can't tell you how many meetings and phone calls and emails, we started off with their concerns were about the high density. So we went back to the drawing table. We said, can we do this project, still make money, still build affordable housing, and lower the density? And the answer was yes. So we went back to the neighbors and we said, we're going to lower the density. Then we had more phone calls, more meetings, and they were concerned about the 2 stories. Now, I know you guys have been up here, you've done approved a million projects, and there's always the neighbors that say, hey, I don't want any 2 stories behind me. We're not just a builder going through the motions of a neighborhood meeting. We went to the neighborhood meeting, we heard their concerns, and we acted upon it. And I made the promise that we would build single stories. It started off, we would build 5 single stories. We took the map out. It was a collaborative effort, and that's what we wanted. We wanted a collaborative effort with the neighbors to bring them in the fold on the design. And just like that lady with her son with a medical condition 10 years ago, we brought them in, and they said, you know, can you put single stories here? We said, sure. So it started off, we're going to build 5 single stories. Then it became next meeting, no, over here, 10 single stories. And now we're up to 21 single stories, 10% of the project, all in the whole eastern side of the property. No problem. 50% of our sales are 2 stories, but we're going to limit it to single stories and on that side of the project. And that's fine. Then there were concerns about the Fagundes property. The neighbors, you could see there's some neighbors on Shaw Avenue Estates. You know, they were concerned that Mr. Fagundes is going to build 2-story homes. I said, well, that's already an approved tract map. He doesn't have to build a block wall. He can build 2 stories. And they said, well, we think you're going to buy it. And I said, you know, sure, I could buy it. I know Fred Fagundes, but I mean, Lennar can buy it. Anybody can buy it. They said, but if you buy it, will you promise to only build single stories and share a cost of a block wall on us? I said, I don't even own the property, but okay, I'm gonna do what I can to bring, you know, to try to meet you guys halfway or any way to satisfy the neighbors. And again, you got to remember, these are multiple emails, phone calls, meetings, and I get it. You know, back in February, they didn't get the meeting or the notice, but I mean, at some point, you get diminishing returns on all the meetings you can have. I can't build a park in everybody's backyard and a block wall. That's not what our business is. Our business is to build affordable housing. And I get it, but I got to design a project that you guys...
Mr. Bondelli, you're on bonus time. I just want to let you know.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I appreciate that. We have to build a project that everybody in the city of Clovis is going to enjoy, not just a few people who demand, you know, a park in their backyard or, you know, block wall or whatever. And we did our best to address the neighbors' concerns, and we met with as many of them as we could. We had other concessions, you know, like the filtered lights and all that, and, you know, whatever we could do, we could fit into our budget, we did for the folks. I just don't want you to come across that we were trying to get out of a meeting, we were trying not to have meetings. We had meetings. I've had so many meetings on this project, double of what I was required, and I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I want to be a good neighbor, but you just can't make everybody happy. I tried my best, and I'm not going to get 100%. You know, that's really, I guess, you know, the message. So I'd love the opportunity to come back up to address anything else or questions you might have. But anyway, that kind of sums up our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Bondelli. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Well, we will read it. We'll read these items into the record. Any other member of the public present in chambers want to address the council on this item? Seeing none, do we have anybody online?
None.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, how many letters do we need to read into the record?
And just to clarify, that was, you have the packet up in front of you. We have approximately 4 letters. Just a twist with that is going to be that all of those were received from Mrs. Kemp.
From are the letters from, okay, you have the names? Well, I realize that. I just want, we have the letters. They didn't request that they be read into the record. Okay, to you, correct? Okay, it's not in their letter. I'm sorry. Ma'am, we have your letters. We have read your letters, the letters that were presented. The people who wrote the letters did not request that they be read into the record. We have those. So we're not going to be reading those into the record.
But they will be part of the record.
I'm sorry? But they will be part of the record, yes. Okay, I'm going to close public comments. We'll bring this back to council for discussion.
I have a question for staff. May I? Absolutely. Ricky, do you have a map of the broader sort of corridor, farther, not just the parcel we're looking at? I need one of those aerial views. That's not bad.
Yeah, does this one work for your?
Yeah, that's good. So one of the questions I have, and maybe, I don't know, Mayor, if the applicant can address this, so you can decide if he can come back up here. But to Mr. Miller's comment about it's really the city of Clovis that's caused this culture clash, to use your phrase. One of the things that we've talked about over the years is the transition from land use to land use to land use, so that it's some orderly transition and not a super abrupt from a commercial to a single family to an apartment or whatever. And what I'm wondering to the Bonadellis, when you all looked at this, the transition in this case is always the worst now in this parcel, or in this map on on the east side, where you back up against the houses on Highland. Yeah, that's the conflict, I think, largely that we're talking a little bit about. And when I look at this map of the track map, there are between 5 and 7 houses that back up to every lot on Highland, right? Was there any discussion, penciling, maps, drawing, that perhaps, that's one of the things that's the hardest in the transition to rural residential is, I don't have any neighbors and now I have 7. I live in a regular neighborhood and I have 2, and a crooked fence, which we'll talk about after we talk about this. Did you know I was going to talk about a fence? Yes. Anyway, skip the fence for the moment, but is there any discussion or any way to minimize any of that density along those back property lines? Did that come up at all to help in that transition a little bit from more dense to, it'll never be what you have on Highland, but there's got to be something maybe along that street? Or did you look at that, or is it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and if I may, just real quick.
Let me guess,
before
your name's John Bonadelli.
If I may, just real quick. So, to answer your question, Lynn.
You were talking.
Yeah, I was just going to say, very quickly before he does. So, in the original proposal, when it was 285 units, there actually were a few more units backing up to each particular home, I think, and there were smaller lots.
Right.
So, when they reduced the size, they actually increased the lot size. And depending on where you fell on the eastern boundary, you ended up with what you have there. So
I appreciate that. So I'm just wondering, was there any other discussion, or in your meetings with the folks, was that ever a point of, like, okay, we could go for 4, or I don't know. You got to turn it on.
Turn it on. The red light.
It's a secret. Your name has to be John Bonadelli to turn it on. Apparently, you're not the right person.
Wrong one. Yeah. A couple of items. Lynn, you mentioned about just wanting to pan out to the broader area, showing the land use in that area. And if you look around north of you, you have tract 6120, which is our current community, and that's low density residential. To the left, you have Leo Wilson Elevations. You have a project of ours along Barstow that's medium residential that we had entitled last December. So there's a lot of good mixed use in the area. When we looked at this in our meetings with staff originally about a year ago, a big discussion was when there's park sites in Loma Vista, and there's some examples of this further to the south near Clovis East, putting the higher density up against that park site makes a lot of sense. And what I touched on earlier with putting that higher density up against the park site to get usage. Homeowners on a 50 by 80 lot are going to use that park more. So that was our initial focus, was it makes a lot of sense for the city and for us to put a higher density up against a regional park so that it creates users, versus if you look to the north, tract 6120, everyone has a pool in their backyards there. They're not necessarily going to use that park. That's going to be a 20-acre park and a significant investment to the city of Clovis. On the other side of the project, regarding the neighbors and the transition from city life to rural residential, so to speak, a big focus that we had with a lot of the neighbors was single stories, because you're right, they're not used to having a neighbor, but under the current low density designation right now, if a developer came in and developed a project right now and didn't change the general plan, they could build 2 stories, which would be, a lot of neighbors felt, a bigger invasion of privacy versus the number of units behind them. So, I mean, we've had those discussions, and some neighbors feel that, you know, having more neighbors is problematic, but I think a general consensus that we got, and which is why we did so many single stories behind those lots, was the single stories is a great way to keep privacy.
And I appreciate the single story. It's just the other part of that equation is if I had 4 neighbors instead of 7, it just feels a little less intense, I guess. So I was just inquiring about how serious that conversation occurred along those houses along Highland.
The bigger focus was the single
Single
versus
story.
2 stories, yes.
And then, just to be clear, the fence, there's an agreement on an 8-foot block wall, is that right? Shared cost, is that correct?
Correct. So, it's residential to residential, and so the Clovis code stipulates no matter if it's rural residential or city residential to city residential, it's wood fence, 6 foot.
Right.
But in an effort to be good neighbors, we're local, we wanted to appease the neighbors as best we could. We said that we'd split the cost of a masonry wall with the neighbors that wanted a masonry wall, and that if we ended up buying the tract to the south, the tract 6123, I believe, which is the Fagundes property in yellow below our tract, that we'd also offer that same proposal to any of the 4 neighbors that are along Highland that back up to that tract as well. That tract's approved with just wood fence, but we want to go above and beyond and offer a shared cost on block wall, and we do it at our cost. We put it in at contractors' rates, which would be less money to them.
Because I have sort of a fence problem in my life, it's only optional. You're not going to, people along Highland don't have to take out their, do they even have a wood fence now? I'm sorry, I don't know. You have no fence at all.
It's barbed wire, I believe.
So this is just a new fence. We're not going to put it next to their existing fence.
Well, I don't believe any of them have.
Right, that's my question.
Yes, yeah.
All right, so we're assuming that everyone along Highland will choose the block wall. It's not going to be.
It's up to the neighbor's discretion.
You don't know
We'll work with them either way.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Bob?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to disclose that I had an opportunity to visit with the Bonadellis squared on last week sometime. I can't remember when it was, but I think that it's important that the record is clear that I did visit with them. The question I had is for staff. My view is that the transition between suburban to rural residential was a conversation that we had when we focused on the Loma Vista specific plan. And but one of the issues that has been raised tonight that was an argument in favor of going to higher density was that we need more home or more density in order to pay for some of the costs associated with developing out Loma Vista, the infrastructure, for example. This comes as a surprise to me, or came as a surprise to me, because it feels like we have done a lot of changing of the Loma Vista specific plan, which is now, I think, part of just the general plan, to make it higher density. So we would make an amendment to create a higher density. So I was surprised to learn that maybe we don't have enough money to build some of the infrastructure in place. Can you verify, one, that that's true, and then two, how did we end up in a situation like that if we've been approving general plan amendments for higher density?
For infrastructure costs, I may defer that to Sean. We're going to talk about it a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Just want to make sure that the question is kind of how do we get to, do we have enough funds to build the park? Is that?
Well, just generally the park, but also the argument has been made that one of the reasons for higher density is that we may not be meeting some of our development fee needs in order to have the infrastructure, whether it's the park any other area of, Loma Vista infrastructure built out because we don't have enough homes to meet that need. Is that accurate?
I'm not certain about it. Yeah, I know we definitely have an issue with the sewer. You know, we talked about that citywide. But as far as, I have not taken a look specifically at Loma Vista to see if those separate components, if we're having any issues with those.
Okay.
I can look into that more and get back to you.
Well, that's okay. Maybe I don't understand the argument. If one of the Bonadellis could come forward, because I think one of the arguments that you made is that we don't have enough density within Loma Vista in order to meet some of our infrastructure needs through our development fees, and that it might make sense for us to have higher density than what we had in the plan originally to meet those needs.
Yes. It's a two-part thing. What I've seen in other municipalities is you don't, as you build out a general plan, a specific plan like Loma Vista, you don't get to the end point and you build the exact number of houses that the plan called out, and you start to fall short. Not to mention you have the state, you know, wanting more, you know, affordable housing in the city of Clovis, so that you guys can meet your housing element needs. But if Loma Vista, when I'm calculating out the existing units that have been approved and the units that you guys wanted to originally meet, I think you're going to fall short. Now, I don't have an official, I'm not a city staff guy, but I've been doing this a long time, and I've built homes all over the valley. And when you do fall short of the rooftops that were planned for a specific plan area, it affects your fees, because suddenly there's not enough rooftops that we're supposed to pay all the fees. That's what I meant.
I get it.
Just in general.
Okay.
And then also, more importantly, more rooftops helps commercial, Sierra Vista Mall, you know, people shopping at Old Town Clovis. So if you're falling short of your number of units you planned for Loma Vista, then it's not going to equal out to the number of rooftops that we're supposed to shop in Sierra Vista Mall and Old Town Clovis. And that was our point.
I understand. Okay, that helps clarify it. So as you have looked at how it is that Loma Vista has been developing, you're of the opinion that we may be falling short of the rooftops required in order to make the infrastructure demands or...
Well, on the fee side of things, yes, it's the same effect. If you don't land the number of houses that you were supposed to build, then there's not enough home builders paying the fees per rooftop for, you know, parks and road improvements and everything else, underground wire improvements, all that. It's all based on the number of houses built in Loma Vista. That's how the fee's established, right, Sean? Okay, so if X becomes X minus, you know, 1,000 units, well, then you're going to fall short 1,000 units of people paying their fee for the streets and the parks and everything else.
Yeah, the person who builds the last home has to pay 1,000 units worth of fees.
Well, I happen to be that guy on a road improvement, and yeah, we got to the end of Willow Avenue in Woodward Park on the Fresno side of Willow, and Nick Giovino goes, hey, the road's like $1.5 million to improve Willow Avenue. And I go, okay, well, that's way above our fee. Is there dollars in here? Because we were building the last part at Perrin and Willow, and we were the last property there to develop. And I said, well, surely the city's going to help contribute with a fee. I'll build it. You guys pay me back with the dollars and the fee. And he goes, well, you know, Daryl's mini storage came in, and this guy went and took apartment zoning and made it low density, and just sort of like, you know, what we were talking about, that Clovis and Tarpey, I think it's a Bricker project. You know, it's almost like, hey, we have to make sure we have enough units to balance out and make sure we land where we were projected to land on the Loma Vista plan, so that there will be enough dollars there when the McFarland property finally does get built out. And then that will be the last property in Loma Vista. You know, you want to have enough dollars there so Fair could build his bridges and his parks and all that other stuff.
Okay, thank you.
That was my point.
I appreciate that, John, thank you. And then Sean, would you say that, or Ricky, would you say generally we are falling short of the units that we had expected to have in Loma Vista, or can you even comment on that?
Well, I think right now Loma Vista is a little more than 50% built out in terms of rooftops, so there's still some additional capacity, you know.
So is your position that it's premature to actually draw a conclusion one way or the other as to whether we're going to meet our numbers?
I mean, I think, well, without knowing the exact numbers right now, I mean, infrastructure costs are generally, you know, only going to get more expensive as time goes on, so.
Infrastructure costs become more expensive as time goes on. Is that because of inflation or because we're not meeting our expected units?
Well, it's hard to say that we're not meeting our expected units because we still have some capacity left, so.
Okay.
It's probably a combination of some of those things to some degree.
Mayor, if I could add, I'm just looking at the specific plan for Loma Vista from 2003. It's 3,300 acres. We're going to supposedly build out 10,000 units with a population of about 30,000 people. And we're well beyond the 60% that you know built out, and we can easily get the numbers.
You could easily get those numbers? Okay. Thank you. I'm presuming it would be another meeting in which you would be able to get those numbers. All right. Thank you very much.
Bon? Ricky, that yellow zoning, is that low, or is that already approved for medium as well? It shows they're low, but
Yeah,
the south part.
The southern property, the Fagundes property, is low density,
that's what it was approved
designation.
for.
That's great, and that one was approved back in, I believe, 2014 or 15, somewhere around there.
No, I feel like the varied housing and also a starter product in Clovis is very important, because I think from what we've heard, sort of the Live product for Wilson is selling well. The Canvas product from Granville is where people are moving into. And I think this product from the Bonadellis will allow your young professionals, and for them to come and move in here, nurses, teachers, and all that. So I appreciate that we are offering that, and especially because it's going to be right north of the Civic Center. I remember when the Wilson project came in, it was going to be a lot of higher density, and that's where we wanted to concentrate it anyway, and I think it fits right in, especially with the park right there. Other than that, I don't have any other issues. I appreciate the applicant working with the neighbors throughout this entire process. I did have one comment, and this is with regards to the mitigated negative deck, and it's just a comment for the city in general. On page 303, it talks about public services, and so we put no impact, less than significant impact, less than significant with mitigation, and then potentially significant. And every time, fire, police always puts less than significant. And so I went back to look at the fire little chart of red, yellow, purple, and this is located right in the purple, where it's over 10 minutes to get to. And so I always question, when does it move? Because if it never, in their analysis, if it never moves up, then everything's less. We can never make the argument, meaning public service or fire and police, make the argument that we're overburdened, because we keep saying in our documents, oh, no impact, no impact, no impact. And so I know that this is probably a question for the fire personnel who takes a look at this to give a clearer or more realistic assessment, so that way, if that is no impact, less than significant, then what is? Okay, when it's 15 minutes, when it's 20 minutes, then that's when it moves the box. And so it's something for us to just look at, so that way, if and when, if we ever decide to go to the public for a bond measure or something, it's supported everywhere. Like, look at all the things. We've been saying it in every development that has been on the outskirts. It's been a burden for us. We can't service it. And so it validates it much more. But then we say it on the financial side, and then when we develop, we say, oh, no impact at all, no impact. That's coming in, 200 units, no impact. And so I think that we have to do an internal assessment. And I'm not saying it should be the other way. I'm just saying if it is no impact or less than significant, then okay, when does it get to the other side? Or are we also just checking the boxes quickly and just going, no impact, get this done. It's a mitigated negative deck. Okay, and so I'm not saying staff is doing that also, so I just wanted to put that comment out there.
Thanks, Vaughn. Any other comments? Bob?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to, Betty, I would like you to come back up to the, if the mayor would allow it. I have a question for Betty. If you wouldn't mind coming back up to the podium. That's it.
Sorry, I just had knee surgery, so I'm a little stiff.
That's okay. So I have a question for you, Betty. So one of the reasons that a lot of accommodations have been made for your, the neighborhood, has been because the Bonadellis are requesting a little bit higher density than what has been approved in the Loma Vista specific plan. If they didn't want an amendment to the Loma Vista specific plan, the issue of the block wall, the issue of Mr. Miller's kind of view corridor in order to be able to get his internet access, the idea of single story on certain parts facing the western portions of Highland, those conversations, they would not have to have taken place. And so I just want to be sure that you're clear that if this is not approved, then a developer, whether the Bonadellis or somebody else, they can come in and they are likely to set it up so that there would be no requirement for a single story, there'd be no requirement for a block wall and the view corridor for Mr. Miller's internet. Is that really what you think your neighbors want? Because I've read some of the opposition letters and I'm not so sure that they understand that.
I'm assuming that they would have to have the same meetings that Mr. Bonadelli had. Is that right? Or they don't have to have any meetings?
Well, I don't think that they would be engaged as intensely in trying to negotiate with the neighborhood as they have in the past. Developers can have meetings. I think just as a good business practice, they do have meetings.
No, I'm saying if this did not go through and we had to work with another developer, does the city require them to have as many meetings as Mr. Bonadelli, they required Mr. Bonadelli to have?
So I'll put that to Ricky. If there's going to be no general plan amendment, how many meetings, if any, do the developers have to have with the neighborhood? Is it 2?
Well, technically speaking, there would be no requirement. The
No requirement, okay.
The actual requirement per our policy is only when there's general plan.
I see. Did you hear that all right?
Mm-hmm.
He said there'd be no requirement for any other developer to come in if they're just going to be coming in to develop consistent with the specific plan.
Well, some of the letters, if you had, I don't know if you read, they want us to stay specific to the Loma Vista plan. And we wanted Mr. Bonadelli to consider we wanted the city to consider our neighborhood like a bike path, where most of the bike paths have block walls. And that we feel like it would have been a buffer that would have been acceptable.
I understand that. But I want to make sure that you understand that another developer coming in who's going to be building consistent with the specific plan as far as density is concerned, they are not required to have any meetings or offer the things that the Bonadellis have offered up, the single story, the block wall, and I don't know how the council is going to vote, but if they turn this down, then you're going to have to go back to your neighborhood and you're going to say, yeah, victory. It was turned down, and then a developer steps in, builds consistent with the specific plan, but you're going to have 2 stories, you're going to have wood fence, and you may have a blocked view corridor for the internet for Mr. Miller. Do you think your neighbors are going to be happy about?
Well, actually, that you're saying exactly the same thing Mr. Bonadelli said to us at our neighborhood meeting. But I don't know if you ever came to my house when we were debating for the Harlan Branch development with Juan Castanos.
Mm-mm.
He came to my house, and I think a few other council members, and somehow we've worked it out. So am I being idealistic and thinking that this can be done where everybody wins? Right now, back then I said, there are too many variables involved for you guys to control who our neighbors are. We don't know if they're going to be listening to rap music or smoking pot. So that's why the city council back then encouraged Mr. Costanos to work with us. I'm asking for the same consideration. We don't know who those 7 people are that are going to live behind us. Will they be smoking pot, or we have no idea what they'll be doing back there. We don't know if they'll have the yappy dogs that I think his name was Chuck talked about, or the stinky hens. We have no control over that. That's why we wanted a block wall. But we don't want to have to pay for it because it wasn't our idea to change the density from low to medium. We would ideally like our density to stay low because we're out at rural residential where we can have livestock.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I'm just going to make some comments and then make a motion, but I don't want to interfere. If somebody...
Jose, do you have anything? Go ahead. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you. So,
before you, in disclosure, I also met with the applicant. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, I'll just make my comments that this council knows I'm generally going to be somebody who is opposed to a general plan amendment if the neighbors are opposed to it. But what I am concerned about is that the concessions that have been given by the Bonadellis for this higher density development are not going to be given by another developer who comes in that's going to build consistent with the Loma Vista plan. So, and I am of the opinion that this is a really generous way that the Bonadellis have responded to the neighborhood. So in light of that, I'm moving that we approve the resolution, which is a request to approve an environmental finding of a mitigated negative declaration for general plan amendment GPA 2020-001, pre-zone 2020-001 investing tentative tract map TM 6304.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Next, I'll move that we approve the resolution, which is a GPA 2020-001, a request to amend the general plan to redesignate approximately 34 acres from the low-density residential classification to the medium-density residential classification.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed? None opposed.
I move that we approve the introduction of the ordinance, which is R 2020-001, which is a request to pre-zone approximately 34 acres from the county AE 20 zone district to the Clovis R1 PRD, and approximately 18 acres from the county AE 20 to the Clovis O, that's open space conservation zone district.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed? I'm having difficulty hearing Vaughn. Go ahead.
Next, I move that we approve the resolution, which is tract map 6304, a request to approve a vesting tentative tract map for a 217 lot single family subdivision on approximately 34 acres of land.
No, second that. All right.
If there was any way for the applicant to take a look at the 7 neighbors on the lots, I don't know if it's too late, it might be too, if you just take one more look at that, just to sort of ease that transition next to the 7, or the homes on Island, just take a look, one more look.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed? Okay. Item 10.
Can I also make one more comment?
Certainly.
I'm sorry. Could that also come with direction to staff, just to reinforce, Ricky, what you said? Can we, as a city, work on our communication template to require at least a logo, a name, a map, something, so it doesn't look like, you won the Publishers Clearinghouse or whatever you might have.
I will go further. You said template, develop a template, they must use our template.
Yeah, I think that's probably probably just a good practice. And I think the other question about how far you communicate, that has been an endless discussion here, but maybe just making sure that on these big lots, you could easily be 800 feet from this property. It's a House of Christ, it's not the House of, I mean, the House of Christ Highland probably didn't get it because you didn't follow that. So if you can just revisit the parameters for communication in these, particularly where you go from dense, you know, new development to existing rural would be helpful. But I think we do need a template so neighbors can count on knowing that it's legitimate and not a, you just want a sweepstakes, call this number.
Okay, understood, yes, we will work on that.
Thank you, thank you.
Item number 10 is consider approval of a resolution RO 302, a resolution of application for the annexation of territory known as the Shaw Highland Northwest Number 2 reorganization located at the northwest corner of East Shaw and Highland Avenues. Glenn H. Milholland and Darlene A. Milholland, trustees of the Milholland Family Trust. Property owners, Bonadelli Neighborhoods applicant, Harbor Associates representative, and Ricky is our presenter again.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So this item is really just the annexation piece of the previous project. So just to reiterate, the annexation would be for approximately 52 acres, which is that entire shaded area you see there. It's within the city's sphere of influence currently, and we found it to be consistent with the Loma Vista specific plan. So with that, staff recommends approval and available for any questions if you have any on the annexation.
Any questions for staff? Len? That's okay. We have no questions for staff. I'll open this up to the public. Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Any member of the public in chambers? Seeing none? I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to address the council on this item? Hold on a second.
I promise I'll figure that microphone out.
Only if your name is John Bondelli. Apparently it's the other John Bondelli that knows how to do that.
Yeah, which is surprising because he struck us an email. We agree with staff's recommendation for approval.
Oh, now you're back to defend your honor. You leave and we make fun of you.
I leave the room, you guys make fun of me.
We do. He started it.
Any other member of the public in chambers wish to address council on this item? Seeing none, do we have anybody on the web?
No.
Mr. Clerk, did we have any other than the ones that were presented earlier, do we have anything on item number 10?
Nothing on 10.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we...
Close public comments and go for the motion.
I'll make the motion that we approve staff recommendation.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Item number 11, consider approval of resolution establishing vehicle miles traveled, VMT, thresholds and interim guidelines for assessing traffic impacts in compliance with the provisions of Senate Bill 743. Ricky.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This is my last presentation, I promise.
Why do I think it's like 700 pages long?
So before I start this, this, as you may have gleaned from the staff report, a very technical aspect of how we're going to analyze traffic. If at any point you get lost throughout the way, just stop me and I'll clarify as best as I can. Yeah, that's what Okay, so let's jump into it. Vehicle miles traveled. So just as a brief introduction and overview, Senate Bill 743 or SB 743 as I'll refer to it. Actually, sorry. Oh, so sorry, this is the slide. So this is what we're gonna be talking about. We're gonna go over the background. I'll do a little breakdown of level of service, which is currently how we analyze traffic versus vehicle miles traveled. I think that will hopefully put a lot of it into perspective. And then we'll go over what does this mean for land use, because that's kind of the important question that we'll probably want to get to. And then I'll go over, I'll touch on how our interim guidelines are laid out and the content of that, as well as key takeaways. So for the background, SB 743 was signed into law back in 2013. It essentially changes, among other things, the metric for transportation analysis for CEQA purposes, the California Environmental Quality Act, from level of service to now looking at vehicle miles traveled. It became effective July 1st, 2020. So what that means is, as of July 1st, when we're doing CEQA documents, we now have to look at vehicle miles traveled as the primary metric, no longer level of service. The objective here you see is from 743, or one of the objectives, but this is the main one. And what SB 743 is trying to get at was to more appropriately balance the needs of congestion management with statewide goals related to infill development, promotion of public health through active transportation, and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So a little more in the background. So after it was signed into law in 2013, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research was essentially tasked with putting out guidance, if you will, and developing some suggested metrics for how to address this. That came out in December of 2018. And then again, as of July 1st, LOS shall no longer be considered a significant impact under CEQA, i.e. congestion. From February 2020 to now, the city contracted with Kittleson Associates, traffic experts. We do have one of the representatives here tonight. In case we have any questions, he can help try to explain it as well. So LOS versus VMT. So the way traffic is analyzed now for CEQA purposes and for infrastructure planning is based on level of service, and that's basically what we know as congestion. So if you take, for example, on the left here, if you have a area that's currently undeveloped, well, as you start to fill it in, you're going to get more and more vehicles. So what that essentially ends up being is once you have one parcel left, all of a sudden they're going to be congested or kind of be, dissuaded, if you will, from infill, because now they're the ones projects who cause the most congestion. So in a way, it discourages infill. VMT, on the other hand, deals with the actual miles traveled, not necessarily the congestion. So it's not as focused on, how long you might spend at a traffic light or intersection. It's concerned with the distance you're traveling. So for example, you might start at home, you go to work, you then go to a store, then you have to stop by the pharmacy after, and then you're going to pick up dinner on the way home, you go back home, and then all of a sudden you're driving 16.1 miles in a day. So this is just kind of a spin-off of the previous graphic, but in more text format. And this is just kind of comparing the changes that we're going to have to make as we start to deal with VMT. Again, LOS is concerned with congestion, typically measured in seconds delay at an intersection or stoplight. Vehicle miles traveled talks about the distance, so not necessarily at the intersections around a project. The scale for LOS is typically A through F, A being the least congested, F being the most congested. VMT will now look at the miles traveled as a percentage above, at, or below the average, which I'll talk about in a little bit. And for the baseline, they're a little bit different too, because kind of going back to that graphic, when you're the last piece of property being developed in an area, you're going to be the most congested, because by then everyone else is filled in around. So the baseline for LOS is the existing conditions at that time, at that particular intersection or nearby intersections. VMT looks at the regional average, and I'll talk about it in a couple of slides, but the regional, or the region that we're looking at here is Fresno County as a region, not just the city of Clovis city limits, but also, more importantly, not necessarily just the immediate intersections around a project. So we kind of have to broaden the view now of what we're going to be analyzing. Threshold of significance right now in our current traffic guidelines, LOSD or better is considered acceptable. Under VMT, we now have these thresholds, which I'll go into in a little bit, but there's going to be different thresholds. So it's not as simple as just saying, if you're here, you're good. If you're not, you're bad. So there's going to be different thresholds for different land use types. So what does this mean for land use? So these maps right here represent, the one on the left is VMT per capita. So it's the average regional vehicle miles traveled within the Fresno County region per capita. You can think of this as basically residential development. So residential development, we'll have to use essentially the maps to the left of your screen. The part on the right is for employee, that's for non-residential development, essentially. So without getting too detailed about what all these numbers mean. Really, if you kind of look, generally speaking, projects that come in that are residential, that are in the green or the yellow areas, might have a more favorable outcome in terms of how much they need to mitigate. If they're green, they're presumed to be less than significant in terms of VNT, and they wouldn't have to mitigate. If they're yellow, they're kind of right on the cusp of being okay, so they might have to do a little bit. When you start getting into the orange and the red, you might have a little more work to do in terms of mitigation, in terms of reducing that VMT. So, as you can kind of see from here, the further out you get, in a sense, the more mitigation you might have to do. And again, that kind of goes back to sort of SB 743's intent to sort of encourage infill, if you will, putting a mix of use types closer together rather than kind of spreading them out, so to speak.
Mayor, can I have a question on this before he moves on?
Certainly.
Yeah. Ricky, how often will these maps be updated? Because they will change. So is there a guideline where these will be updated 2 years, 5 years, or is it at that time, at that project, we reanalyze everything?
It's a great question. The simple answer is nobody really knows yet. This is such a new metric. The idea, and you're right, is as projects come in particular, probably larger projects, for example, if a shopping center or when a shopping center goes out into Loma Vista, that may, trigger a need to possibly, if nothing else, start to look at how that changes the area in Loma Vista, because right now it's mostly residential. Mm-hmm. So if you start adding in a large shopping center, well, all of a sudden you're putting in those goods and services near the rooftop, so it potentially could increase as we get that. Now, if you're talking about a project-by-project basis, and, we talk about, for example, the Milholland project, for example, that in and of itself may or may not trigger the need to actually update this map. So the answer truly is we don't know yet. We're still going to have to figure that out as we go, and it's going to be a learning process. But there isn't an actual guideline by the state and not in our interim guidelines about how often we have to do it. Now, again, for example, Heritage Grove, once that starts developing, we may want to start looking at updating the map kind of on a more wholesale basis.
Follow-up question. Who makes this map? Is it us? Is it the county? And who has the authority to revisit this map?
So the Fresno County, or the Fresno Council of Governments, they did their own process. Okay. We elected to hire our own consultant to kind of tailor it a little bit to us, to the city's needs and land use patterns. We did stay as consistent as we can with Fresno COG, so it's very similar. If you were to hold up the COG maps for what they showed for Clovis versus what we have, in some cases it's a little better, some cases maybe not, but it's very close. So to answer your question, we would be responsible for updating this. So as we need to, we may or may not need to, engage in consultants, or if it's easy enough, we might be able to run the model ourselves and update it as needed.
And then the last question is, a developer must use our map and not the map most favorable to them, whether it's the COG map or the Clovis map. Is that correct?
That's correct. Our intent is that they use our methodology within the city limits. But again, we've worked very closely with COG and the consultant that they hired to try to make it as consistent as we can. There are some subtle differences, mostly in kind of the outer areas where you're seeing red and orange. And again, in some, I'll refer to them as squares because there's squares up there. In some squares it's a little better, some it's a little worse. But yeah, the intent is that they use our maps.
And if one day the air clears up, does this go away? Because it's to reduce greenhouse gases, right? So one day, if it's no more greenhouse gas issues.
That's very optimistic of you. Sure, maybe. I don't.
Right, because that's the intent, and so I always wonder when we improve, are we still being held to these draconian maps?
Yeah, it's hard to know. Well, these are both the city, but the one on the left is for per capita, so think of it as for residential development. The one to your right is for employment, for non-residential. For what? Non-residential. So there's going to be two separate sets of criteria because the thought is that residential homes generate different volumes of traffic than, say, an employee center. Correct.
didn't have my mic, thank you. So basically, it sounds like, if I'm gonna be building a commercial type of building, with the 25.6, average, it's not, my mitigation is gonna be less than if I'm building a residential, at least when I look at the colors on this scheme. Is that fair?
Well, so the regional average for residential, as you see here, is the 16.1.
Yeah.
And I'll talk about it in a little bit. I think it's the next slide, but I'll show you kind of graphically, and I think it'll make more sense.
I'll be patient.
Yeah. So let me
Thank
get to
you,
that one.
Ricky. You said to interrupt you, though.
No, yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah. I didn't think you were going to actually do it. Okay, so I just wanted to address briefly the interim status of the guidelines. Essentially, the guidelines and the thresholds themselves, kind of the meat of it is likely not going to change, but our intent is to have something that we can at least still process applications while we kind of fine tune the guidelines a little bit, and then we would come back to council this fall for the final version, if you will. But the interim status ensures, we're compliant and able to still move applicants.
We're supposed to approve the guidelines.
Yeah, that's correct. The interim ones, yes.
Okay.
And then the final ones in the fall. So the impact analysis guidelines, which I believe was attachment 2, shows what the new traffic analysis guidelines will be. It essentially lays out the procedures, screening criteria, and thresholds, as well as mitigation for projects moving forward. So there is a flow chart in there, but I kind of just boiled it down to kind of 4 easy steps, if you will. If a developer were to come in, step 1 would be to check screening criteria. And that can be done in a couple different ways. One, the maps that we just looked at, that's one portion of the screening criteria, but it's not the end-all be-all. So the next, there's also classes of categories of land uses that are presumed to be less than significant for VMT, which I'll talk about in a minute, which are small projects, affordable housing projects, and then other types of retail projects. So if you're a developer, you look at the map, you say, I'm in the orange area. Well, we can then look at the other screening criteria to see if they can be screened out another way. So the maps are not the end-all be-all for screening. If for some reason, based on the screening criteria, they don't screen out, well, then a VMT analysis may be required to confirm what their actual VMT may be, and that would be done very similar to how we do LOS. They might have to go to Fresno COG to get the model run for it, but it's very similar to how LOS is. They would just be looking at VMT, not congestion. From there, depending on what the analysis says, similar to how we do it now, they may or may not need mitigation, and if they do need mitigation, they need to be able to show that the mitigation brings the VMT down to a level of less than significance, just as they would with LOS.
What would that be? How would they mitigate? What are we talking about mitigation? I'm assuming at some point or you can pay us.
We'll talk about that.
Okay. I will wait for
I was trying to save the best for last.
I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop.
So our interim guidelines, this is where we set the thresholds of significance. So if you remember back to the example, I said 16.1. 16.1 is actually the regional VMT for residential. So essentially when a project comes in, we have to reduce that by 13% below the regional average. So if a project comes in and they're at actually 14.1 or below, which is 13% from the regional average, they're good to go. They don't have to do any mitigation. If they come in at anything above 14.1, the mitigation may be required. So the regional averages are important because that's essentially the baseline, if you will. That's the metric for the Fresno County region for VMT. So the actual...
Ricky, for the 60 that's because it's city, right? Because 16.2 is for rural or the county area?
The 16.1 is for the entire Fresno County region, not just the city. So for example, if you were to look at the Fresno COG maps, they're the same. City of Fresno, they did their own methodology, and they're the same also. But we're defining the region, not just as the city, but as the entire county.
You mentioned it in your report, though. The average VMT is 16.1 citywide and 60.2 countywide. Therefore, so what are those two numbers then? So we picked 16.1. So can you explain that? I circled that because I saw 60.2, which is bigger threshold.
Let me double check.
It's on page.
It should be for the county, though.
382.
Because we define the region as the county.
Okay. Come on up.
You can come to the podium.
Hey, Vaughn, what page are you on? Thank you.
Second paragraph on top.
So I'm having Fernando come up. He's our consultant from.
You can go over to the podium if you'd like.
Good evening. My name is Fernando Sotelo, and I'm with Clovis and Associates. Let me take off my mask. So we looked at the average VMT per capita for both the city and also for the Fresno region, which is basically the county. The city, I believe, was 16.2. The region is 16.1, and we decided to go with the region. The OPR provided some guidance on which you can use, and the fact that the difference was so small was more favorable to the city to go with the regional average because you don't have some caveats when you select the city versus when you select the county. So the numbers are almost identical, like 0.1 is really...
So the statement should have been the other way, Ricky, in the report then, according to what our consultant just said?
Yeah, I was trying to find that language, but yes.
It's page 382.
So it's the second paragraph from the top.
Yeah.
It says the average VMT per capita for residential land use types is 16.1 citywide and 16.2 countywide. Therefore, not much of a difference.
Yeah, and I apologize.
So we went with the city number instead of the county number.
No, we went with the county. We want to go with the county, right? So
it should have been.
flipped.
Okay.
I believe it's 16.2.
Okay. I was confused. Thank you.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, which is correct, the slide, or are we doing 16.2 or 16.1?
16.1 is what's in the guidelines.
Okay.
Sir, I don't recall. Did you introduce yourself?
I did.
Okay, maybe you had your mask on. I didn't hear. Okay, never mind.
Okay. We're good. So 16.1 for residential, 25.6 for non-residential. So like I mentioned previously, there's going to be different thresholds based on different land uses. So for residential and office developments, we have to achieve 13% below what the regional average is. So the regional averages are the 16.1, 25.6. So the number that developers need to try to get to is 13% below those numbers. So, and I'll show that on the next graphic. Retail, we have a threshold of no net increase in total VMT, so it's a different metric. So they would have to show that the location that they're in without the project and with the project, there's no net increase in VMT. If they can show that, no mitigation required. If as a result of the project, they increase that, then they're going to have to mitigate down to no net increase. There's going to be other uses that come up, schools, industrial, medical, other types that you don't see up here that the city is going to have discretion to look at a case-by-case basis. That one's always been the tricky one, not just for us, but for everybody implementing this, because the OPR guidelines didn't set a specific recommended metric for certain land uses, so they kind of left it up to cities to kind of figure it out on their own is really what happened. So if there's other uses that don't fit within residential, office, or retail, we're going to have to kind of use our discretion to decide what that's going to be in terms of the metric.
I had a question on the 13%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the report, it says that the OPR recommends a 15%, but we can create our own threshold, and we got the 13. But I just didn't see, but we would have to justify it. And so, but I didn't see that in the report at all, why we went to 13 and not keep at 15, because that seems to be lowering the standard of what they are recommending. And so why did we choose and go to 13?
So part of that deviation was when we were working with COG and started looking at, you know, what metric might work best for us. We felt that 13% would still be able to achieve the greenhouse gas guidelines in terms of meeting that target, but also not necessarily being as stringent as the 15%. So kind of like you mentioned, the OPR guidelines are just recommended, but, you know, we can, you know, come up with our own guidelines based on our land use patterns and what we think will work for us. So we felt that was kind of something a little bit better than what OPR was recommending, but also not you know, as risky either, because you know, you don't want to totally eliminate threshold, because then that will look suspicious. And again, this is one of those new regulations that everyone's kind of learning as they go. So it may be that down the road we have to, you know, increase the threshold, or maybe we can find that we can reduce the threshold as development starts occurring. So,
COG is also doing 13?
yeah, COG is doing 13,
Okay.
and for what it's worth, City of Fresno is also doing 13. And I believe there's other, I think Visalia is starting to work on something. So I think 13 will probably, my guess will be kind of the norm in the valley, just to kind of be consistent with each other.
We are just such a high pollution area, and so that's why I as long as you guys feel that will be sufficient to defend against the state, then I just wanted to ask that.
So COG had previously set some goals for the region for greenhouse gas reductions, and this was before the VMT ever took effect. And that county-wide goal was 13%. So this is consistent with COG's goals that have been accepted by the state of California. So that was the justification for going with the 13 instead of the 15, even though the broad statewide rules were, hey, let's shoot for 15. Fresno COG had previously set 13% as our goal for greenhouse gas emissions, so that's why we went with it on this.
Can I ask a question, or? Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm having a PTSD moment thinking this could turn out like RENA. So what's the collective, like, we don't do our part, nobody does their part, and we gotta do I mean, I guess I'm not getting the collective. How are we gonna meet it cumulatively, maybe is the right word, but I'm having a PTSD flashback to this RENA problem where we said we'd get here as a county. What if we don't? Is one city gonna end up with, does that make sense? This feels very squishy to me.
It feels very squishy to me too.
Okay, good. That's good. I'm on the right track then, as long as we're both in agreement.
You know, the way that, and I'll, you know, Fernando has anything he wants to add about just VMT kind of in general, kind of at a broader level. You know, the intent really is that they're looking at this as a regional problem. And we're so ingrained to looking at specific intersections around a specific project. VMT is kind of intended, if you will, to look at a broader picture, so as a region. So I guess, for example, there may be improvements, jobs and, you know, maybe housing, for example, that are happening in Fresno that may at some point eventually help the overall regional average VMT. And likewise, there may be housing and shopping centers here that overall as a region at a Fresno County level may help each other. So it's a little, yeah, so I'll leave it at that. If that
So
answers
is
it.
COG gonna track the cumulative?
So, well, they track the greenhouse gas reduction cumulative separately,
Right.
and they set those goals periodically. This, as a whole, VMT is detrimental to greenfield development, and is really, the goal of it is to force density infill, redevelopment infill. So in that case, there will be more mitigation needed on the outskirts of Clovis than in the central Clovis, and there's even less mitigation necessary in, you know, downtown Fresno if that's where the miles are to the job centers. So we will all be held to our own standard on this. I don't think it's going to wind up where we have to make up for somebody else's failure to meet their goals. That I don't see that, unless the next go around, if they see we're failing miserable, they say, okay, now you got to shoot for a 20% reduction. That might happen, But the reality of it is what this does is force infill development and dense development near transit centers, near job centers, to make us all look like the Bay Area.
And I suppose those that want to develop farther out will pay a price, literally, for that, if they're willing to pay that price, I assume?
They'll have more work to do on mitigation, whatever that looks like.
Whatever that looks like.
Whatever that looks like, correct.
Oh, my. Yeah, my.
Okay, so again, going back to the screening criteria, I mean, the hope is that some projects, you know, can be screened out, obviously, based on either those maps that you just saw. So if they come in, they're in a green area, they're good to go. But there's also these 5 classes of projects that would allow them to screen out, and we've defined those. They're in the guidelines, but in low VMT areas, like I said, per the screening map, we've defined what a small project might look like, and there's some examples in the guidelines of what that looks like or what that might equate to in terms of residential units or square footage. 100% affordable housing. Local serving retail, we have a definition for what that is. It's 100,000 square feet of retail or less. And, you know, to be clear on that one, that doesn't necessarily mean that any project anywhere that's 100,000 or less. There still may need to be some analysis to figure out overall what area they're in. Because if you go, for example, stick, you know, 75,000 square foot shopping center out in the middle of nowhere, well, it's still going to have high VMT, even though it's below our threshold. So if something wants to screen out at the local serving retail definition, they still may have to do some level of analysis to confirm that, or do some kind of market study to kind of prove, if you will, that they're local serving.
Ricky, what does 100% affordable housing mean?
100% deed restricted, some kind of affordable housing.
So everything would have to be 20 units per acre or more?
This one is
we're not talking affordability, we're talking density.
The affordability on here is talking the income category, not the density.
Okay.
Not the density unit definition that we're used to for affordable housing. So this is based on actual market forces, affordability cost.
And who makes that determination on what's affordable and what's not?
The state has, they define what affordable housing is, and it's a certain level below what the median income is in this area. So we'd have to look at that. And then if a developer were to come in, say, for example, with 100 units, all 100 would have to meet that definition of affordable based on income category, based on what the region or the area income is.
Thank you.
So it's not density. And then projects can also be screened out if they're in a high-quality transit area. There's a appendix in the guidelines that show we actually do have a very small sliver of high-quality transit area, which I believe was south of Shaw along Willow somewhere. So there's a definition of what high-quality transit is from the state. And generally speaking, it's transit that have 15-minute headways, I think during peak hours. So because we don't have that except in that one little area, then unless you're a project in that very small sliver, you're probably not going to be screened out based on that category.
That seems to be the fax route that goes around Cerro Vista Mall.
It's the fax route.
Yep.
Yep.
And it seems like our buses don't count.
Yep.
Are you going to go into these in more detail? Should I ask my questions?
You can ask them right here. I don't have more detail on these particular ones in terms of definition.
On the small projects, it doesn't take into account acreage. It just talks about units.
Mm-hmm.
And so 53 dwelling units, you fall into small, and then you're exempt, right?
Yep.
So I can build 53 acres into 53 units and 53 acres. I'm exempt from VMT?
Yeah, generally speaking, based on that. And I think part of it would still have to depends on the location, but generally speaking, that's what that screening criteria is meant for. And again, I use the example, if you have 53 units way out in the middle of nowhere, well, just because it's 53 doesn't mean the VMT is going to be low, but generally speaking, within the city limits, if it's 53,
but it says small, but it says it's exempt though. So in other words, your map doesn't bother me anymore.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm building, whether it's red and or green, if I build 53 units, you don't do an analysis of VMT
Right.
according to this.
That's the way that we would
Ah.
proceed with that, so.
Okay, and so it's regardless of land size, again.
That's correct, it's based on the
So
number.
Mr. Bondanelli could have built 53, he would be in the 34 acres.
He would have been exempt from
Yeah.
VMT.
Okay. Now, my second question on that is, internally, do we limit the size in which a developer can come in and create a map? So 217, can I come in with 4 applications? So that way I'm exempt,
That's,
technically?
I'll say no, because this is a CEQA requirement, and you can't piecemeal under CEQA. So if you were the Bonadellis, you couldn't say, hey, I want to do 53 now, 53 next year, 53, because when you analyze, you have to look at it as a whole.
But if he has the land, broken up parcels, he could though. Can't he? Like, for example, you know, there's a couple properties that I bought, currently it's zoned 3 big chunks. Can I do it? Because right now they're gonna come in one time because you pay 1 fee.
Right.
But if VMT is too expensive, I'm gonna come in 3 times and save myself money.
Yeah.
So can they do that, or is that something we're gonna look for, or?
So, as Ricky said, that's not allowable under CEQA. If you're doing that, it's really your responsibility to evaluate the cumulative impacts of that. So even if you're coming in with a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, you're responsible for the cumulative impacts, and you should have analyzed them. You could try it. More than likely, you would get challenged by someone on phase 2, where they'd say, wait a minute, I'm calling foul on this. You did this to split up your project, and then your entire project would be subject to getting blown out of the water. So the cumulative requirements of CEQA would really preclude that.
Okay. And let me see, what was the other one? It was also confusing with high-quality transit area, and one of the bullets says, you qualify for that if you replace affordable residential units with smaller number of moderate or high-income residential units. And so, in other words, that, if you do that, then it doesn't apply anymore. Is that the way I'm reading it? From that exemption?
What page are you referring to?
I'm on page 399. So when you make it smaller, but even though it's smaller, if it costs more, then you don't get that presumption?
Well, that one is based on area, so it's not necessarily tied to the number of units or density per se, so it doesn't really matter in some ways how many units you have, but if you're within that high-quality transit area, you would screen out. So you could have a track map with 20 units, for example, or you could have one with 100 units. The unit count under that screening criteria isn't necessarily tied to the unit count, but more so the location. Does that make sense?
I think so. Just reading it, it's just, but, thank you.
Okay, so kind of graphically, this is kind of what we've been just kind of talking about. So for residential, 16.1 is that regional average. 13% is the actual threshold reduction we're trying to get. So 13% from 16.1 is 14.1. So 14.1, if you're developers, that number you're trying to hit, that or below, because that means you won't have to do mitigation. If you're anything above 14.1, you're going to have to mitigate. So it's that simple. Same kind of with office. Remember, office and residential had the same 13% reduction. So the VMT average for office was 25.6. Well, the number that developers want to get to is 22.3. That's the 13% reduction. So again, they can show that their project's 22.3 or below, then they're good to go. They don't have to do any mitigation. Retail, again, there's no net increase in VMT, so it's not necessarily on a set average like the 25.6. It's just based on what the existing VMT is for that area with and without the project. And if they exceed what the existing is without, then they have to mitigate. So mitigation measures. So under VMT, generally what mitigation measures are trying to get at is reducing a reliance on single occupancy vehicles, but also encouraging a mix of land uses, infill development and increased densities. So the type of mitigations we're used to seeing for LOS is, installing traffic signals, widening lanes, additional stop signs. However, under VMT, the mitigations are just going to look a little differently. The types of things that mitigate for VMT are like enhanced trails and bikeways, higher density or mix of uses. Trails. Carpools or van pools if you're a commercial development, or some other kind of incentives that you can come up with that support non-vehicular travel or reduced. Transit passes are another one. If you're in office, maybe you offer transit passes to your employees, you can get credit for that for VMT reduction.
Or permit people to be using our transit for free.
Yeah, that could be a VMT measure. So how does this affect development? Well, in some cases, development's going to be more streamlined. If they can screen out or either one of those screening criteria categories are on the map, then they're good to go. They don't have to do a VMT analysis. Kind of on the flip side, the mitigation could be more costly for some projects depending on where they're at on the map. And I say that because the reduction in mitigation on a lot of them are ranges. So for example, if you install an additional mile of trail, you may get anywhere from a 0.25% reduction to a 6% reduction. Well, part of the analysis is going to have to defend why you're going to use anything in that range. So it's not always going to be, 0.25% reduction or 6%. It's going to depend on the project, the location. So those kind of mitigations could vary from project to project based on their use and location. So just because we have VMT doesn't necessarily mean that LOS is going to go away. So in terms of infrastructure planning we still have policies in our general plan where we have to maintain a certain congestion level of service. So there still may need to be the need to mitigate for the LOS portion of it. So install signals or stop signs. Plus they still might have to mitigate for VMT now by, transit passes or whatever.
So that was my question about how do you marry VMT and congestion? So a developer technically could have to pay a mitigation fee for VMT and still install a street light or something.
Yeah, and I'll talk about the VMT fee because that's the development industry has asked about that, about setting up a VMT fee. It would take a little more effort and work to kind of set that system up.
I mean, we're not going to abandon streetlights or median islands or left turn lanes or the things that make the city run. Mm-hmm. So that gets somehow married into this VMT.
Yeah, and the way you can kind of think about it simply is VMT is for CEQA, LOS is still for general planning purposes. So there may or may not be the need, depending on the project, to still do both. Analyze both, mitigate for both.
Okay.
So the last bullet point, mitigation, where I was getting at, is may not be enough to get projects to VMT because depending on where the project is and the type of mitigations and the credit you can get from it, some of the mitigation credit is so small that it's almost infeasible. So if you have a residential developer trying to get down to 14.1, but they're in an area where it's 50 VMT now, you pretty much can't mitigate. There's no amount of trails you can build to do that. To get there. So at that point, that's when you start looking at environmental impact reports instead of initial studies kind of thing. So
is it like water banking? So you can invest in a trail somewhere away from your project, or it has to literally be something that mitigates your particular project?
That's in terms of the fee or mitigation banking is what you're referring to. That's what we'll probably start to look at exploring, just because that's what we've heard from the development community is setting up some kind of a fee. But in order for that to be counted as mitigation under CEQA, you have to do a fee nexus study as you would with any other fee. You have to do CEQA on that fee nexus study. So it's a process that would take a little bit of time. We'd have to get a consultant to look at that, because then we need to try to figure out, well, what's that fee going to look like and how much credit are you going to get? Is it going to be 500 per mile you have to reduce? Is it going to be by percentage, or maybe you have to pay 500, per percentage, or 1,000? We don't know what that fee is. That's what that study would have to look at. So
Guess I was thinking if you were a developer and you're building a project a little bit out, say that you were gonna have a VMT impact, could you invest in trails in southwest Clovis to reduce, I'm making this all up, the VMT or something in the southwest part of town? Sort of the water bank idea, I'm gonna buy water, store the water in Kerman, but I'm gonna, you know what I mean? So is it project specific, or could it raise the level of the city's vehicle miles traveled as a way to invest in other parts of the city?
So if we go in that direction of a mitigation bank, it could be done several different ways, and nobody in the state, to my knowledge, has done it yet. So I think there's a lot of other cities out there looking at doing it, but you could set up a fee based on just your city limits. We've talked with Fresno COG, and we've been working closely with them. If there's interest from their member agencies, they could do it at the COG level, in which, you know, city doesn't have a VMT, and, you know, we ask COG to do it, and then COG would do the nexus study. But then that fee would presumably, if it were COG, you know, it would go to COG for a list of, you know, projects that would, you know, like a program, CIP program that would reduce VMT. But then you get in the issue of, you know, developers, you know, paying fees for projects mitigation that may not necessarily be within the city. So we got to start looking at those things. You know, if we do a COG or region-wide fee, well, developers may be paying for a fee for a project here, but the actual VMT reduction benefit may be in a different jurisdiction. So that's it. So there's different ways to do it. It could be city, region, however. So.
Do we have the staff capacity to do this calculation, or are we gonna hire Fernando or someone like him?
Fernando would love if we hired him for that.
I know, but I mean, do we have the capacity to do this?
If that's the direction that you know we need to go in, or that's the direction that either you or we hear from the development community, then we would have to go out and engage with a consultant to do that study.
Ricky, do you foresee any projects from the map that's been given where we would need to develop this fee thing quickly? Because, you know, all the outskirts are more red areas, but if we don't have this in place, then that development stops because there's no mitigation. So, I mean, that's something I think the staff should look at quickly and say, we better develop this quickly and see which way we want to go. So that way we know, because that's where we're going to grow anyway, on the outskirts, because there's nothing much in town with regards to the development that we have now. And so, you know, you can kind of gauge and let us know that, okay, council, we need you to figure this bank out and what projects we want, here are potential projects, and this is how we're going to do it.
Yeah, so we can certainly start looking into that and exploring that option, because it would, you know, it would take a little time to set that up. But kind of in your example, I guess it would be up to the developer to decide if they wanted to stop or not, because even if they can't mitigate, they would have to do an EIR, which obviously would be more costly and take more time. So it's you know, developments could choose to move forward if they wanted to. If they can't mitigate, they would just have to do you know, an EIR document for a project. So on the bright side, I wanted to leave it on a happy note, and happier note. You know, the way the Clovis general plan is, you know, we have the 3 urban centers, the northeast area, Loma Vista, and Heritage Grove. Well, all those kind of are designed and planned to in effect, be sort of a small city, if you will, a mix of uses, residential, commercial. So, you know, presumably as these areas start to actually develop and get those mix of uses, the VMT scenario for us is likely to improve. We don't know when that's going to trigger, but for example, you know, if we start adding shopping centers to Loma Vista, you know, presumably that would improve it, because now people don't have to drive a few miles to go to the grocery store. They can kind of stay within their area. So, so our general plan is kind of set up in a way that in a sense favors VMT. It may not today, but in the future, that's the hope. As VMT analysis becomes more common, we're going to have to adjust as needed. You know, this is new. This is not just us going through this. There's other cities out there with the same exact questions, the good questions you guys have, and we're all going to be kind of, you know, looking at other examples as we move along to see, you know, people are going to come up with more creative mitigation measures that, you know, aren't known yet, and we're going to see how that starts to affect VMT, and then you're going to start seeing people adjust in the next couple of years. So I think these next 2 years are going to be pretty critical just to see what how this plays out. And then again, you know, this is really looked at as a regional metric, not just a site-specific, you know, project-specific area, just looking at intersections around it. So, you know, as a whole, as the region starts to develop more, it, you know, could also kind of give us some benefits too, for projects that we don't necessarily see in the city. And you know, the opposite is true too. That once we start developing more, it may help other areas within the region. So. Do you have a question?
I did have a question, but I thought you were right away to your
Oh, no, sorry. I saw your light go on.
I guess my question is, I feel like the VMT doesn't really support regional development then, in terms of regional shopping centers, regional parks, regional amenities, where we might build something for a broader reach, because if I drove from Dinuba to come to our regional mall, or what, right? I mean, it's gonna, it feels like it's not really encouraging that kind of land use pattern.
Yeah, and I guess maybe a different word would have been better, but I don't necessarily mean like regional shopping center draw, but I meant
No, but I guess my
as a
question was
region.
that,
Right.
so that's what, my question was, from reading it, it doesn't seem like it supports that kind of, a regional park, a regional golf course, a regional tennis center, a regional soccer complex. Doesn't seem to be encouraged in a BMT model.
That's correct. It definitely favors more local use, local, however you define it, region, being Fresno County, city, so. So key takeaways, the interim guidelines will become the new procedural document if approved. Again, VMT, if you want to think about it, VMT is for CEQA analysis. Level of service is still going to be for infrastructure planning, stoplights, you know, roadways. As development occurs, we touched on this early on, the VMT screening maps are going to need adjusting. We don't know quite yet how frequent that's going to be, but it's going to be kind of a living document that does get updated at some point in time. Could be every 6 months, could be every year. Kind of depends on how development patterns continue to occur. So VMT mitigation measures, like I talked about, just to kind of sum up, they're going to look different. We're used to seeing fees for traffic signals. We're going to start seeing mitigations of projects now of, you know, I don't know, transit passes or you know, maybe enhanced trailways or, you know, wider sidewalks, things like that, that we're going to start seeing that more in CEQA documents as mitigations for developments. And then as we learn more, adjustments are going to be needed, either to the thresholds, to the maps, mitigation measures, otherwise, so. That's all I have. Available for any questions.
Any questions?
On the transportation projects that it speaks about in this document, I was confused. Is that talking about our CIP projects, or is that talking about any road work that is done in an applicant's project, or both? It includes both.
I think that was referring more to the CIP projects. So if the city engages in a like for Shaw Avenue widening, I'll use it as an example. So it would apply to those kind of projects, not necessarily a roadway that may be needed for a particular development.
So those are our projects.
Those are our
So in other words, it's stated here that if it wasn't in the general plan, it's not exempt, and then now we will have to do VMT on ourselves?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's an added cost, which we probably never thought about for all our CIP projects.
And you can kind of look at it from VMT, kind of just the heart of what VMT is trying to get at, based on the state, is that they're trying to, in a sense, discourage driving. Well, if we're out there adding more lanes, that kind of encourages driving more, because you're loosening up the congestion, people are going to want to drive more. So if it wasn't something that we had already addressed, then you're right, we would have to do VMT analysis on our own CIP projects.
I know, but I don't like some of the one I really don't like about our projects is installation, removal, or reconfiguration of traffic lanes that are not for through traffic, such as left, right, U-turn. In other words, if we get rid of that stuff, yay, but we like those things, those turn pockets, but it's encouraging that sort of thing. So our streets are going to look different, potentially, if we want to sort of mitigate or not be under VMT.
Yeah. Yeah, that's accurate, and I don't disagree, but that's what we have to deal with, and
yeah, some of the things that are listed here, ridiculous. It's not what Clovis is and what Clovis wants in the way we develop our streets. Yeah. With regards to the local transportation analysis, okay, so one is VMT and then the other is we still have to do local transportation. Is that just like LLS?
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much. So is there, in this document, did we add anything new that we would never did before?
No, for the local.
Or is it just, we just put all that and put it in this document as well, so that way we can give it to a developer and go, hey, we're gonna do VMT, but we're also gonna do local transportation analysis?
Yeah, so we essentially took what we have now as the policy for LOS and put it into there. We had to change some of the language just because VMT is now the primary metric for CEQA, not LOS, so we had to massage some of the language a little bit, but it was taken more or less directly from what we have now as a policy for analyzing LOS.
Okay. I think I never saw that document. So anything in here that talks about unsignalized intersections in other jurisdictions, it's telling us we have to potentially fix those and work with those jurisdictions. And I keep thinking about Dry Creek, and I keep coming in with Sunnyside. So when we develop something, does this change where we will have to do more things in those streets, even though it's not our streets? Or that analysis is still the same, council, don't worry about it. It will have some impact fees. They may have to put a light at that corner where there is, but we don't have to do anything yet because that's a county road. Or does it change that? I read it as if it does, but I may be wrong.
Yeah, in terms of the LOS, and I'll look to Sean to correct me if I misspeak, but you can look at it as being more or less exactly the same.
Okay.
The only type of language that was changing is references to possibly CEQA or anything, but the way we analyze, the way LOS studies are going to be done, are going to be conducted in the same manner that they are today and have been.
And then it will be a separate report, like what you required of them in here, and then only VMT will be in the CEQA sort of negative document. So those, it'll be an extra report now, where LS used to be a part of that.
That's correct. And and if there are any, I guess, conditions or mitigations for LOS, those will probably be reflected more in the conditions now and not as a mitigation measure in CEQA. So you'll see the VMT mitigations in CEQA, but if there's any fees or traffic signals or anything you have to put up, you'll probably start to see those more in just the conditions and not as mitigation. So, but they'll still be there. Just
do you know added costs internally for staff to review now 2 documents instead of 1, and added cost to an applicant, and also added time? You know, will a project take a month more now because there's a whole new document to analyze, or you don't see much change? What do you anticipate?
Well, I have a couple answers to that. One, if you're looking at purely the type of CEQA document that's going to be needed, if you have a project that's in the red and they just can't mitigate and they choose to move forward and do an EIR, well, the cost of the EIR is, you know, the added cost for the developer, and also time for us to review an EIR. EIR process can take anywhere from 12 to 16, 18 months, depending on the complexity of the project. So if you're talking about purely time and cost, if you have a developer that's willing to do the EIR, yeah, there's going to be a significant time and cost associated with that. Staff as well, because we have to then review the EIR and manage the noticing and stuff. So that's where that comes in. If you're talking about a more simplistic project, the hope is that the screening maps in some ways will, I guess, prevent the need of needing a full-blown VMT analysis. The numbers that you saw on the maps there is the VMT in those little squares, which we call transportation analysis zones or traffic analysis zones. So presumably, if a project comes in and they're in a red square and it's 30, well, they don't necessarily have to go do a VMT study because we've already told you that it's 30 in that square. And if you're that project, so you may have to do some analysis in terms of figuring out what kind of mitigations you can then do. But so that part of it is, it may save some costs depending on where the project is from not having to do a VMT analysis. And for the VMT, it's really kind of just, I don't want to oversimplify it, but it's kind of simple math. If you're in a TAZ and you have 30 VMT, well, you need to pick out a bunch of mitigation to subtract that down to whatever the threshold is. So I don't want to say it's not as complex because the modeling is complex for the numbers, but once you have the VMT numbers and what the project impact is gonna be, you can do the math to figure out which mitigations you might need and just start subtracting that down. But the LOS, you know, that'll take probably the same amount of time as typically do, now in today's, procedures for reviewing LOS studies. So yeah, there may be, if you have a project that has to do a full-blown VMT analysis and full-blown LOS, yeah, it's gonna take some more staff time and be additional cost to the developer.
What would be very helpful is sometime a development, and you just kind of show us, this is what you guys used to get, and then this is what it would look like on a VMT, with the extra cost or no cost, or this is, and also analyze, this is how much extra staff time we needed in order to just complete this.
Okay.
So that way, I think it gets a real life report on how we're gonna handle it internally and how developers are you know, paying more and or not really paying more. Yeah, I think that'll be very helpful.
And I think as we start to roll this out and actually start to implement it, you know, we're gonna adjust accordingly. We'll certainly start tracking to some degree how long these things, you know, take us to start reviewing. And so, you know, we're gonna have to learn it with the developers along the way, so.
And last question for sure on any consideration in when you were now analyzing LOS and sort of the local, to potentially take some things out? You know, because it's a good fact, it's not required by CEQA anymore. So in other words, let's reduce some of this stuff where you know, we can have less burdens and less rules on the way we move forward. Because now there's two analysis. I know that it's important because we've been used to and been doing it forever, but technically it's not a CEQA requirement anymore. It's just good planning. So how can we look at it, instead of just saying, here's what we used to do, we just stick that on the bottom and just go forward. What can we take out? What can we go, oh, let's not do that anymore, let's not do this one, because it's not necessary. Something like that. I think that would be helpful.
That's a good question. In order to completely do away with LOS, we'd have to take it out of our general plan. We have general plan policies that, you know, set what the threshold is going to be for LOS. So that would be sort of step one if you wanted to go in that route. The other route, and Sean may be able to add, is if we do get rid of LOS, we still need some kind of mechanism to determine when signals are going to be, you know, warranted at certain intersections, or so at some point we always need to know sort of what the congestion looks like, so we know whether or not, you know, do we need another left turn pocket, or do we need to widen Shaw Avenue to accommodate the development that we've planned. So even if we got rid of LOS from a kind of procedural standpoint for developers, I presume we'd still need it to determine how to build our roads. So.
And Mr. Consultant, because we paid for it, it would have been nice to get a conclusion. Because you had an introduction and you led us into it, but you just ended with the level of service and you just kind of dropped it and not going anything into. So with all that, you know, because you paid a lot of money for your services. But yeah, it would have been
we
very
went with
helpful.
the discounted rate, which didn't include the conclusion at the end.
All right. Yeah, we'll do it in the final.
Lynn? Nope. Bob?
Ricky, who gets to choose which mitigation measures are going to be implemented under VMT? Is it us or the applicant?
I think it'll be a combination of both. I mean, we certainly want to make sure that whatever mitigation they think might work is something that we obviously want to see in our city. Generally speaking, I don't think there's anything out there that we wouldn't necessarily want to see, but it's going to have to be a collaborative
It'll be a
effort.
conversation with.
It'll be a conversation at the time.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? I'll open this up to the public. Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Any member of the public in chambers who isn't a member of staff? Do we have anybody on the internet?
None.
And we got no letters?
Nothing.
Okay, I will close public comment and come back to.
I'll move that we establish the VMT threshold interim guidelines with our best wishes and prayers or something.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Mayor, can I have one more request also from the report on attachment D? It only started from chapter 6 forward. It didn't provide us with chapter 1 through 5. Yeah, it's just some. Yeah, that is the CAPCOA one,
Those are the mitigation measures that are kind of in large being used by everybody in the state right now, because that's kind of the only document out there that quantifies what different mitigations reductions give you. So that wasn't intended to be the entire CAPCOA, but just the mitigation portion of
So
it.
that's all you wanted us to
That's
see?
all we actually wanted
Okay,
to see.
because I saw some other things that go, oh, what do they mean by that? But
If you want to read
I
the
couldn't
rest of the document, I can send you the other 5 chapters.
Okay, just wanted to, thank you, Victor.
Okay, we're going to move to the administrative items. Jose, I understand you have to recuse yourself?
Yes, I'll be recusing myself because I think I'm very close to this place. My home is, therefore, I have financial interest, and I'll recuse myself.
Don't eat Bob's cake while you're back there.
Hey, I'm hungry.
Item 12, consider approval of a resolution, final tract map 6260, located at the northeast corner of Shaw and Locan, DYP 6260 LP, a California limited partnership. Sean, it's Luke.
So actually, I'll be, these 2 items would normally be on the consent agenda, and there would not be a staff report on it. The only reason they are not on the consent agenda was because Councilmember Flores was conflicted. If you have questions or want a report, Sean Smith is here. Otherwise, these are routine and typically voted on a consent calendar.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll open this to the public. Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? I see none in chambers. Do we have anybody on the internet?
No.
And we have no letters?
No.
Okay, I will close public comment and come back.
I'll move for approval of final map track 6260.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 4-0, 1 abstention.
Sorry, I interrupted you again. I'm trying not to do that. Sorry.
I'm sorry?
I interrupted you.
No. And item 13, consider approval of resolution, annexation and proposed tract map 6260, located at the northeast corner of Shaw Avenue and Locan Avenue to the Landscape Maintenance District Number 1 of the City of Clovis, DYP 6260 LP, a California limited partnership. I'm assuming it's the same presentation, Luke?
Correct, it is.
Any
Same presentation of no presentation.
No, that's right. Any member of council wish to ask any questions? I will open this to the public. Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? I see none in chambers. Do we have anybody on the internet?
No.
And we have no public comments in writing. I will close public comments and come back to Lynn for the...
I'll move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 4-0, 1 abstention. We can invite Jose back in. Item 14, workshop for the Clovis City Council to conduct a workshop to discuss the impact of ongoing city operations during the COVID-19 state of emergency as declared by the federal government, state of California, county of Fresno, and the city of Clovis to explore actions the city may take in response to the crisis. Item A is consider approval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Clovis confirming the Director of Emergency Services orders, and Luke is our presenter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As council will recall, we previously, the council issued an emergency order to expedite the expansion of outdoor footprints for restaurants to enable them to try to increase business when they were not allowed to fully utilize their indoor dining. On July 13th, the governor ordered closure of more indoor businesses, retail and service industry. So that day, acting as the Director of Emergency Services, I issued an order that would provide those same streamlining processes for those businesses that were impacted by the governor's most recent order as well. Before you tonight, I'm asking you to adopt the resolution to confirm that, that emergency order that I issued last Monday, and then it will stay in effect throughout the course of this emergency. We continue to work with those businesses. And there was actually, today the governor has, there's been some headway made that they will allow certain haircuts and other services to be performed outdoors.
Any questions for staff? I did get the information about what the governor came out with for the barbers and cosmetologists, and it's a mixed bag. I had some people tell me that they really can't work in that configuration. Some of them are happy to get out there and do what they need to do. And I'd like to thank Jim Patterson for, he pushed it to the governor, and I think hopefully this was the impetus behind it. Any questions for Luke? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say, Luke and Andy, this order has been so helpful to many of our eating establishments, and just seeing how, and I think the response have been very, very positive to the city. And so I really appreciate it, just going out and seeing businesses adapt. And so thank you for being on top of this. Great job, Andy, and reaching out to our business owners on this one.
If we have nothing from staff, I open this to the public. Any member of the public wish to address council on this item? I see none in chambers. We have anybody online?
No.
And we have no written comments?
Correct.
I will close public comments and come back to council for action.
I'll move that we approve that resolution of the City Council confirming the Director of Emergency Services order.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. City manager comments.
Actually,
I'm sorry.
We've got the kind of the official business, the resolution taken care of. I wanted to run through a little bit of update on what the COVID situation is before we get to city manager comments, or in lieu of my city management comments. Again, these are the graphs provided by the county. Just a reminder, the last reporting period is not complete when they prepare these graphs. So really you can just ignore that the last reporting period. Because that is bound to change. This shows the positive COVID cases reported with a Clovis address by week. You can see that starting in the last half of June, it has really skyrocketed up. That's something I think we've all been reading about in the paper. Next slide. This shows the positive cases for various communities in Fresno County. We are the gold line. I think we're up into third place. If this is a horse race, we'd be doing well. But keep in mind also that Fresno is not on this chart because it would just skew the vertical scale, and we are much larger than most of those other cities. This is a slide the county prepares showing the number of hospitalizations and non-hospitalizations of the cases reported out of Clovis. The important thing to note is the asterisk at the top that as of July 14, 217 positive cases, they hadn't even been able to determine whether they were hospitalized or not. The county health system is being overwhelmed as far as their record keeping. So realistically, this breakdown is for less than half of the reported cases in Clovis. The other half, they don't know whether they're in the hospital or not. So they're not showing them on this graph. Next slide. This just shows the number of active and resolved cases by community in the county. As you can see, we are number 4 as far as the total number. Again, there's a number of demographic and socioeconomic and several factors that go into that. Next slide. Okay, this is one that I put together for you, and the B had a similar slide. This is showing why we're kind of in this reclosure mode and we're going backwards. The solid blue line is the hospitalization rate or the number of hospitalized COVID cases in Fresno County. The dotted line includes the suspected COVID cases. The solid line is just the confirmed COVID cases. And as you can see in the second half of June, it started to skyrocket. Right now there are, let me get the exact numbers for you. So as of yesterday, there were 269 confirmed COVID cases in the hospital with another 38 suspected for a total of 307. And the red lines show the ICU hospitalizations. Once again, the solid red line is confirmed. The dotted red line includes the suspected. There are 50 confirmed ICU cases in Fresno County that are confirmed COVID and 4 suspected. And kind of the critical thing there is that's out of a total of 149 ICU beds. So more than 1/3 of the ICU beds in the county are filled with COVID patients right now. On the general acute beds, there's 1,229 general acute beds in the county. So the COVID cases are about 1/4 of that, but they're well over 1/3 of the ICU beds. So those are some of the issues we're dealing with. Again, you're seeing this happen statewide, nationwide, really, and the reclosure orders are a result of this. Now, whether, personally, I don't know that the explosion in cases is due to people getting the disease in a restaurant. I think it more has to do with people kind of got careless when we started to reopen. We started having social gatherings. We started going to Father's Day celebrations and grad parties and getting together, and it really caused the cases to explode. Those social gatherings are much harder to regulate. So one thing, that the state can do is come through with some reclosures, and that kind of gets everybody's attention, kind of reminds us that we are still in the middle of a pandemic, and I think that's what we're dealing with right now. So that's my update, and I'm open for any questions you might have.
Any questions? One nuance that is worth noting is the number of hospital beds as they get recorded are the number of licensed beds, not staffed beds. So your percentages are actually higher. We don't have 149 staff for the ICU beds. I don't know the number, but it's an important distinction just for the record. It's the number of beds we actually have. It'd be like having jail cells but nobody to manage the jail cell or whatever. So just a point of clarification, we don't have like tons of extra rooms.
Yeah, these numbers were taken from the state,
Right.
the state, and that's how they report it. I just anecdotally, one of my son's good friends from school is an ICU nurse, and I might be getting the exact numbers wrong, but just last week they went from, okay, you have 1 nurse for every 2 patients to where now you have 1 nurse for every 3 patients, just trying to spread their staff to cover the beds because there's just more demand than they can keep up with right now. And I know there was also some federal resources through the federal OES systems assigned for some additional staffing for that purpose.
The surge is definitely in Fresno County, in the valley, really.
Bon, go ahead. Luke, any contact tracing data reports at all from the county? Or any anticipated time when they may get something like that out to us?
So the county has on their webpage their contact tracing results. It's not as detailed as I had hoped. Basically, they can tell you if you got it from a family member or a close contact like that. Otherwise, they just know you got a community spread, and that could have been from somebody at work. It could have been from a restaurant. It could have been from the social gathering that you didn't tell the contract tracer you went to. They don't really they just don't have the resources or the ability to track it down that closely with the number of cases they have.
And when would be a good time for you to report back sort of on the funding and what we used and what we are, how it's spent, whether it's from the, I forgot what the one, the CARES Act from what CDBG and for us.
So we just started tracking some of those numbers for the last meeting. Probably the meeting in August 3rd, I can have at least a preliminary number for you up to that date, and then maybe you have better numbers for you once we get to September.
Okay, council comments. Bob.
Thank you. I want to start with an apology to Lynn. I was treating her like an officious intermeddler, which is something I should never treat a council member as. You all have a role to play in the conversation, regardless of whether you're a no vote or a yes vote. So I'm sorry, Lynn. Secondly is I'm really seeing some creativity that I'm hoping might even last beyond COVID. It's kind of fun to see people eating at the 500 Club next to the Brick as you come down 5th Street. 13 Prime has a real nice outside kind of patio dining along the trail there that I think is pretty creative. So anyway, I don't know if you guys get tired of receiving the kudos, but kudos to the crew for providing an environment where creativity can take place despite the challenges that we're facing. The photo that we took the other day with our masks, that was well received. So Lynn and Chad, good job on putting us in a positive light in that regard. And the wording of what it was that accompanied that photograph was like spot on. It seemed to me as though we were able to avoid taking one extreme or another, just kind of saying if then comments I thought were well thought out. David, your law firm announced something that I did not know, which is Pico versus Santa Monica decision came out, and it's the first time that the California Voting Rights Act has been pushed back so that district elections aren't always going to be, a foregone conclusion. So I don't know if there was, I know. Is that right? We should give them $1 or $2. Now I know that it's going to go up to the Cal Supremes. At least there's going to be petitioning to the Cal Supremes. But is that as earth-shaking as I think it is?
I think we're still kind of doing some more evaluation on it to see. The circumstances may have been a little bit unique for Santa Monica, but we're going to take a little closer look at it.
Okay.
Especially as the next census comes out.
Okay. I'm thinking that if we get a letter from somebody at some point, I'm not so sure that we're going to roll maybe like we were previously because of that decision. But that's a conversation for an agendized item at some point in the future.
Lynn.
Just quickly, a call from a resident saying that a little worried, this should be a Bob item, but that under the tunnels, there were 40 lights out under the tunnels on our trail. So I don't know, maybe are we trying to catch up with bulb replacement?
Yeah, I noticed that too. It's the one that goes underneath Avenue.
Yeah. And
Or
then,
it could be the one that goes under Willow.
or it could be the one that goes by
two.
Lowe's. And then really important, he said, since we were talking about poop earlier, that the porta potty next to the fire station along the trail only gets cleaned on Mondays. And he says by the weekend it's really gross. So I don't happen to frequent that porta potty, but I said I'd pass it along. So there you go.
My wife had to go, and she skipped it because it was a mess.
Yeah,
I had to go inspect it first. It was really bad.
So anyway, maybe, and I guess that's a good thing, if people are out using it and using it on the trail, but if it only gets cleaned on Mondays, by Friday, it probably doesn't look great. I never think they look great even on Mondays, but anyway, that's it.
Vaughn?
Just want to thank Chad for helping get the message out. I think Jose did a Spanish one, I did a Hmong one for the, so, yeah, I think very good responses and feedback from it, so, thank you very much.
Keep watching the COVID numbers. I keep saying it's always hospitalization, ICU beds, and deaths. That's those are the telling numbers, because I think Lynn says that we're not an island. And the good news is that, you know, as the numbers grow, and they are growing as far as who has contracted the disease, but we've been stable at 1% for almost a month. So it's not devastating us. Yes, more of us are contracting it. It's out there. We got to be careful. We got to be careful, especially with our vulnerable people that have especially comorbidities. I wish the county would do more as far as publishing those facts, because the last thing they have on their mortality review, which is an extra report they have in their website, is dated back 4th of July. That's the last update. But even then, it was 1.4% death rate for women who contracted the disease and 1.6 for males, for a total of 1.3. So, and the numbers were lower. We're at 100 deaths, and that was 77 deaths back then. And so we need better numbers quicker, not 2 weeks old from the county. So they're trying. They changed their dashboard tremendously. They still give us information that is useless, like active cases and recovered cases mean nothing, because no one knows who has recovered, especially when they say that we've had 9,565 total cases and only 2,332 people have recovered. And we all know what the progression of the disease is. It's basically 2 or 3 weeks, right? There is no way only 2,332 people have recovered. There's no way.
Are they just behind in their update?
Yeah, they're behind, so why put it up there? It's so meaningless that they say that there's 7,133 active cases in Fresno County right now. That is false. That is patently false, because this goes back to March 1. No. That means they would have to have, what? They would have to have all kinds of people with the disease right now. And it's whatever, it's a 2-3 week period that people get sick. And so we don't have that many still active. So they're giving false information on their website. And they had hospitalizations up there before, and they took it down. That was a better stat than active cases and recovered cases. So I better talk to my very brave and very vocal supervisor, Nathan Magdziak, and I want to praise him for the work he did when he confronted that assembly member who was politicizing an issue when he was not doing his job and telling the local supervisors to do their job. So shout out to our former colleague here on the council and our current supervisor, because I think he did a great job taking on the assembly member to the south.
Just real quickly, I'd like to congratulate staff on their ability to work with our business people. Like Bob said, I get told all the time what a great job our people are doing, and how even though things are not, the cards aren't falling their way, they know that we're dealing them the best cards that we can possibly give them, and that we have their backs. So I appreciate that, and you know, we're doing what we can to put the word out and try to support people. Anyway, that's go ahead.
Andy, do you feel like our business owners are supporting wearing masks and whatnot? I guess I'm coming to think that the way we're going to get people to wear masks is our Walmart and Lowe's and Home Depot, and you can't go to Vons. I mean, I feel like it's going to come from our business community more than, I don't know. Do you feel like our businesses are in, or are they still some saying this is silly and I don't want to do this?
You know, I haven't had direct conversations about masking policies with businesses. They know what the requirements are. We've provided those to them, and based on my own experience, masks are pretty widely accepted in Clovis businesses from my experience. But I haven't been in every business in town. More and more national companies are also requiring them. So on that end, I think they are becoming the standard in our community.
Okay, that's a wrap. We're going to go to closed session. Is there going to be anything to report out?
Nothing to report out, just want to make sure nobody's here for public comment on any of the closed session items. I don't think so. Okay, good.
I think it's nobody here but us chickens, no pun intended.